Okay, it's 9:30, so I'm going to make a start. We left off yesterday during the cross-examination of Mr. Whitehouse by Mr. Burton. So I'd like to pick that back up. Before I ask Mr. Burton to begin, does anybody want to raise anything?
No, thank you.
No?
No, thanks, sir.
Okay, over to you, Mr. Burton.
Thank you very much, sir.
Good morning to you, Mr. Whitehouse.
Good morning, Mr. Burton.
Hello again. Right now, as we broke yesterday, we just been discussing Waste Plan 3 and the principles of net waste self-sufficiency, proximity principle, and waste hierarchy. And I just finished with you, Mr. Whitehouse, with you confirming your position that you do not consider there is an existing waste capacity need in the area for 12,000 tonnes per annum of healthcare waste to be processed here through the hearth, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And I just want to duck into obviously, this is in the context of a discussion with you about policy compliance, but there's a lot of mirror imaging in terms of the benefits. So I want to duck into your benefit section of your proof, please. And you've got a section of your proof concerning need, which is 6.6 to 6.13, I think. Is that right?
It's 6.6 to 6.30. Yes, correct.
Yeah, great. So this is page 24 of your proof. And what you do, obviously the inspector's read those paragraphs and you're very, very familiar with them. At your 6.11, you explain, and we touched on this yesterday, that whilst it's recognised that the appeal site can in principle specify a future need for medical waste incineration for Addenbrooke's and Royal Papworth, this need is tempered by the fact that Addenbrooke's has capacity available to them now, which we discussed yesterday. And you refer to a recognition that future growth may exhaust that available capacity at the point in time when the appeal is determined. You say there's capacity available, and you say this is a factor to be considered in applying weight to the benefit. So that's what I think you, with my learned friend Mr. Grant, were referring to them as counterbalancing factors.
Yeah.
If I get the term, I'm going to use that terminology. So that's one of your, as it were, counterbalancing factors. And then paragraph 6.12 below, there's, as it were, a factor or an assumption you're making, I think, the other way. Yeah, correct. Is that
whether it's one way or another? It's an assumption that I think.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Benefits the appellant's case. Yes.
That's what I mean. So what you say about Addenbrooke's is a counterbalancing factor that you say goes, as it were, against the benefit, and this 6.12 is a one that goes for the benefit, as it were.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then you wrap it up neatly for us at your 6.13, where you say, having regard to the available capacity at Addenbrooke's, and so that's the counterbalancing factor, and the assumed lack of suitable local capacity for other hospital locations, which is your assumption in favour of the appellant, the weight you attach is a moderate one, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Now, I'm working on the presumption that you've prepared your proof and indeed your rebuttal on the basis that you're setting out what you consider relevant, and you're not holding anything back, so we can all see and understand what you say is relevant in those documents, correct?
Everything I say in the documents is relevant.
Yeah.
Just to clarify that doesn't mean to say that I haven't taken in other information that I don't explicitly reference in the proof.
All right.
To do so would require a very lengthy proof.
Okay. But I mean, for instance, on this point, Mr. Whitehouse, I'm reading your proof. I'm seeing you've mentioned, and you've really told us about one counterbalancing, one presumption in favour, and you say this is how I get to my moderate weight.
Yeah, that's the rationale.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay. So now it does follow. This is one of these hypothetical questions that I know you'll be familiar with from your other inquiry experience. It does follow that if you are wrong and we are right, and the inspector agrees with us that there is a present capacity need for the hearth now, your weighting would have to be revisited, correct?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, because my weighting takes into consideration a recognition of future need.
but a denial of
but I've set
denial
my
of present.
position out of,
Yeah.
of current need. Yeah,
Absolutely. Yeah.
Sorry, just to qualify, having regard to what I say is the existing available capacity at Adam Brooks,
Yeah.
in combination with the assumed existing contractual arrangements that take place for dispersal of waste elsewhere outside the region.
Yeah, which you've and the assumption you've made, the assumption you tell us you've made there is that, I quote from your 612, these contractual arrangements are due to a lack of suitable local capacity, correct? Yeah.
They are, yes.
Yeah.
But it's also recognizing as a matter of fact that these contractual arrangements exist presently.
Oh,
So
right.
it's just two things.
Understood. Okay, fine. I should say, and I'm sure the inspector will have noted this, moderate is the weighting that on your scale of nil, limited, moderate, significant, very significant, which is your scale. Yeah.
Yeah.
Moderate is the weighting you give to all the benefits, isn't it?
It happens to be the case that it's all benefits, yes.
Good. Now, I promise I'm about to go on to policy 4, but before we do that, I want, please, whilst we're talking about the healthcare waste energy recovery facility, to talk about to tie up, if we can, the question of that and moving waste up the waste hierarchy. Okay.
Okay.
Now, your proof 3.9, you
3.9, sorry.
yes. So section 3, of course, is your essentially your let's look at the policy section, and then section 6 is the benefits section.
Yes.
Isn't it? Yeah, and we kind of toggle between the two. So 3.9 is where you're discussing, of course, this is in the context of your discussion of waste policy 3, and 3.9 is where you discuss, you've set out the 3, as it were, scenarios, one of which has to apply in policy 3, closing a gap in the identified gap, closing a future gap, and moving waste capacity identified in the table up the waste hierarchy. And then you say, as noted in the officer's report, whilst the introduction of a new waste transfer and treatment building, together with a biomass fuel storage building, would be considered by the council to neither reduce nor increase capacity, and therefore not move waste up the waste hierarchy, the proposed dry AD plant would be regarded as providing an additional source of recycling within the waste management facilities of the site, and as such, in policy terms, move waste that is currently composted up the hierarchy in accordance with the expectation of policy 3 criterion C. Okay, and obviously you stand by that.
Yes.
Yeah. And then we go to the but we can note, of course, nothing said there about the health, the hearth there, correct?
Nothing said there about the hearth. No.
Yeah, and then we go to the benefits bit of your proof, and you've got a section that begins, I think, at paragraph 6.20 about processes that move waste up the hierarchy. You see that?
I do, yeah.
And that runs through to paragraph 6.25, is that right?
It does.
Yeah. And again, you're very familiar with this. I'm sure the inspectors as well, but again, nothing in those paragraphs is there regarding the healthcare waste energy recovery facility moving healthcare waste up the waste hierarchy, correct?
No.
No. Okay. And indeed, the same is true in the statement of common ground in terms of what's agreed by the county council. That's CD 2.4.1, the main one. It's the section 7.3 to 7.5 concerning waste management needs.
Do you want me to open up the statement of common ground?
Do you want to turn it up, please? 7.3, 7.5 concerning waste management needs.
Sorry, just because I've shut it down overnight, can I just get the, oh, it doesn't.
Yes.
Don't need the full document number.
2.4.1, Mr.
I found
Whitehouse.
it. Sorry, Mr. Bow, what was the paragraph number again?
right, so it's page 18 and it's the paragraph 7.3 to 7.5.
I've got that. Okay. Thank
Yeah,
you.
well, I mean, we've got 7.1, of course. The parties agree that the following principles of development are acceptable, having regard to the development plan read as a whole. And the first bullet point, waste management needs. Then they've got the explanation, 7.3 to 7.5 under waste management needs. And again, there's nothing about the healthcare waste energy recovery facility, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So it is clearly not something that clearly not something that you had factored in as a benefit or policy compliance point, the healthcare waste moving healthcare waste up the hierarchy, correct?
I think it depends on how you look at it. I've identified the fact that in its own right, it is an energy for waste facility, which I think is the definition of it. It is what it is. But it's a contributor in terms of its approach to the dry AD process that is concluded to drive waste of the hierarchy on the site. So I would suggest that it's been considered in the round, insofar as whilst it is an energy waste for waste facility in its own right, it is ancillary in its function to the predominant process that's brought forward here, which is the dry AD process.
Well, do we agree, or do we not? Because again, I don't see this anywhere in your evidence that I think it's the vast majority of the healthcare waste that would be put into the HERF would be put to a more beneficial use than the baseline position.
I would agree with that.
You
yes.
do, and this okay, and for your reference, sir, this is Mr. Open, amongst other things. He explained this in his rebuttal, doesn't he? But also in his proof. Yeah,
It does.
yeah. Right. Good. So can we record then that there is this specific, not mentioned in your proof, but obviously hear what you say, but there is this specific further policy compliance and benefit point that we do need to note.
You may wish to note it, but my point is the fact that I've considered it in the round. So I've considered that facility as an ancillary process as part of the predominant development, which is a dry AD development.
Is the answer, and I don't, obviously, I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but is the answer yes, but I'd considered it in the round?
The answer is yes, but I considered it in the round, yes.
All right, okay. Okay. Yeah. Now, I hope you won't be offended, Mr. Whitehouse, if I say, obviously, I'm not going to agree with you that you had considered it based on your proof, but I hear what you say and I'll make a submission and move on. Okay.
I'm not offended.
Yeah. Right. Now, policy 4 of the waste plan, common ground, isn't it, that the proposal is forward to be considered against the waste management facilities co-location limb or if we're calling it that.
That's in common ground, yes.
Good. Okay. I mean, so everyone can follow. Let's make sure we actually turn the thing up in the waste plan. Could you please do so, Mr. Whitehouse, if you haven't already? So it starts at page 31 of the waste plan, and we are insert obviously CD 4.1.2 here. And are you there, Mr. Whitehouse?
I am, yes.
Yeah, great, thank you. And of course, there's a list of bullet points, as we know, and it tells us, the STEM tells us that opportunities to co-locate waste management facilities or together or with complementary activities, as explained in supporting text, will in principle be supported. And it says particularly, which is a word giving emphasis, obviously, isn't it? Yeah,
Yes.
we're relating to, and then we've got the fourth bullet, integrated waste management development with specific links to the existing waste management operations already taking place on site, correct? And that applies here, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, great, thank you. Now, officers said this, I'm going to read a quote. I don't think we need to go to report, but tell me if we do. This was 9.35 of the officer report, the committee report. Quotes, it is one of the Envar site. It is one of a few existing permanent waste management non-landfill sites within Cambridgeshire and Peterborough that is large enough to accommodate a range of waste management processes. They said that. You don't dispute that.
No, I think I mentioned it in my proof.
Yeah, yeah. And of course, policy 4, under this co-location limb or section, it then says, that's kind of balance test. It says proposals for co-location will not be supported if the benefits do not outweigh the harm when assessed against the wider policies of the development plan, correct?
That's what it says.
Yeah.
Yes.
And for the avoidance of any doubt, I don't think we disagree about this, but it means that one looks to the other development plan policies to ascertain whether there's harm. It's very clear about looking at the wider policies of the development plan, not, for example, looking more widely, correct?
It says when assessed against the wider policies of the development plan. So it's the policies of the development
plan, exactly. And then the question is, which is why I say it's a kind of balance test, whether the benefits outweigh any harm found against those wider policies, correct?
Yes, that's what it says. Will
Yeah.
not be supported if the benefits do not outweigh the harm.
Yeah. Now, by quotes benefits, what do you understand the policy to mean? Do you understand it to mean the benefits of the proposal as a whole, as it were, or the benefits of co-location? Do you see what I mean?
It's the benefits of the proposal when assessed against the wider policies of the development plan.
Yeah.
So it's the benefits of the proposal as they can apply against the other policies and this policy of the development plan.
Yeah. Okay, fine. So you read it as benefits of the proposal as a whole, as it were, rather than just benefits concerning co-location.
Yes.
Yeah. Fine. Okay. And of course, it's no part of the County Council's case that the proposals are in conflict with policy 4, is it?
Well, no, it's not. No, it's not in conflict with policy 4. No.
Yeah. No.
It's not supported by policy 4, but it's not in conflict with it.
Yeah. Well, it's not in conflict with policy 4. Well, sorry. I mean, not supported by policy 4. There's no suggestion in reasons for refusal 1 that there's a conflict with 4, or in the statement of case, or in your evidence, or anywhere, is there?
No, but it's not a conflicting policy. The wording isn't about conflict, it's about support. It's a support or non-support policy. You cannot be in support of a policy, and you can be not supported by a policy and not be in conflict with it.
Right, so no conflict. And we've got interesting.
Was not in conflict and not supported by. So
No, I'm Mr. Grant, don't worry, okay? So we can look, can't we, just to see the council's thinking on this at let's look at the statement of common ground, please. And we can see.
Sorry, just one moment. It's
it's
closed on my page.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, have that.
Yeah. So we've got at 1.4, I'm going here for convenience, but that's all right, Mr. Whitehouse. 1.4, which is page 1 of the statement of common ground, we've got the two reasons for refusal set out verbatim, so we don't need to go and look at the decision notice separately. Yeah. And we can see, can't we, that under no longer pursued reason for refusal 2, we can see that the wording is the introduction of a healthcare waste energy recovery facility, and it continues, pick up the relevant bit, when the proposal is considered as a whole, would not outweigh the benefits required to allow policy 4 providing for waste management to weigh in favour of the proposal. Correct? See that?
That's what it says, yes.
Yeah. And by contrast, we have no such wording in reason for refusal 1 doing.
Yes, also correct.
Yes, good. Okay. And that's clearly, I mean, these were drafted at the same time, weren't they?
They were.
And that's clearly deliberate, isn't it?
What, in terms of the reference to policy 4 and reason for refusal 2?
The reason for refusal
don't understand
1, Mr. Whitehouse. Okay, look, the planning committee, being at this time the majority of the planning committee being the embodiment of the county council at this time as the waste management authority, have made a clear point in reason for refusal 2 that, and it's a policy point because they're referring to the policies, that they consider that the harm they say they've identified would, quote, not outweigh the benefits required to allow policy 4 to weigh in favour of the proposal. Yeah.
That's what it says.
Yeah. Policy 1, similarly, they set out at the start essentially what they consider harm, but they do not make any point along the lines of the point made in reason for refusal 2, such that the benefits, when the proposal is considered as a whole, the benefits wouldn't outweigh the harm, do they? We can see that.
I can see it.
Yeah.
But reason for refusal 2 isn't the case that the council pursues at this inquiry.
No. Mr. Whitehouse, yes, but if the council was running a case, yes, that policy 4 did not weigh in, quotes, weigh in favour of the proposal, or to use the policy language, support it, it would have set that out as it did in reason for refusal 2 in reason for refusal 1, wouldn't it? You see that?
Well, it wouldn't necessarily be the case they would set out whether the proposal is supported or not by policy 4 against reason for refusal 1. They set it out against reason for refusal 2. I may have come to a different conclusion had I pursued that reason for refusal myself. And obviously, it's for me to provide my own assessment of the proposal against the planning policies in this case.
Yeah. The council's statement of case, which is an opportunity to expand, or indeed some cases, sometimes one sees a local planning authority seek to enlarge or change its case in the statement of case compared to the reasons for refusal. The council's statement of case makes no point that the proposals are not supported under policy 4, does it?
I don't think it's an expansion of a case.
No, Mr. Whitehouse,
can I
it
finish
makes,
my question?
answer the question and then caveat.
Apologies.
Okay,
No, I disagree.
you disagree. Show me.
I don't think it's a. Can I qualify my point? I don't think I don't think it's necessarily I don't think it's an expansion of the case in concluding that the proposal isn't supported by policy 4 against that wording, because it's a support or not support policy. It's not a conflict or not in conflict policy. there is reference to the fact that with regard to the consideration of co-location against policy 4, the proposal provides accordance with it. But in regards to that particular aspect of policy 4, whether the proposal supports or doesn't support the proposal, in my opinion, it doesn't support it. Again, I reiterate the fact that that doesn't mean it's conflict with the policy, but I don't think that's an expansion of the case because there's no need to reference the fact that the proposal isn't supported by policy 4 against reason for refusal 1.
Can you show me, please, anything in the council's statement of case that tells anyone the council considers the proposal is not supported by policy 4?
No, it's not there because again,
No, it's not there.
I don't consider it to be relevant to reason for refusal 1 in terms of how the reason for refusal is presented.
Do you say in your proof or your rebuttal the proposal is not supported by policy 4?
It's not explicit there in either
No.
direction.
Do you say, don't please give me an answer. Do you say the proposal is not supported by policy 4 in your proof or rebuttal?
No.
No.
But to qualify, I don't say it is either.
Okay. So we've got the statement of common ground in terms of what it says about policy 4, which is section 7. And we've got obviously we've got reference to policy 4. In section 7.1 says the parties, the following principles are acceptable having regard to the development plan when read as a whole. 4th bullet, co-location. We've then got 2 paragraphs about policy 4 saying it should be considered in the context of the co-location limb and not the rural areas one.
Which is common ground.
Yeah.
I agree with. Yeah.
Yeah. And so
just to add in there,
Yeah.
Mr. Byrne, and the next paragraph sets out the fact that the proposal will be supported if the benefits are not outweigh the harm. So there's reference to that aspect of the policy in there as well.
yeah, no, I'm coming over the page. Sorry, you say the next paragraph. No, we go over the page to 7.11. And remember,
Apologies, I thought that's what you're referring to when you're referring to the co-location paragraph.
no, first, no, we've got, no, there's a 7.6, 7.5, providing for waste management, MLWP policy 4. Yeah, and that tells us it's agreed you consider it under the limb. And then we go over the page. There's a bit that deals with development in the countryside, but then we go over the page and we get to co-location. And remembering, I mean, this is the position of the county council. Okay, this is all under the heading the principle of the development. So let's just go back to make sure you've understood this. 7.1, the parties agree that the following principles of the development are acceptable having regard to the development plan when read as a whole. Bullet points, providing for waste management and co-location amongst the bullet points. Then it says an explanation of why the parties agree on the above points is set out below. And so everything that follows in section 7 is that explanation, correct?
I would agree, yes.
Yeah. So we've got the 2 chunks of text that we've just discussed, providing for waste management policy 4, and then we've got co-location. Yeah. So this is all telling us why it is the following principles are acceptable, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And there's a specific 7.12 reference to what I'm calling the balance test at paragraph 7.12, isn't there?
There's reference to that section of the policy 4, yes.
Yeah, and this is I hope the point is coming across, Mr. Whitehouse. This is the explanation of why the parties agree that the principles of development are acceptable having regard to the development plan. Why they agree, yeah?
Yes, I recognise what you're saying.
Yeah,
The-
good. Okay.
But I would just state the fact that the statement of common ground sets out the fact that in principle it's agreed, as it is a principle of development consideration, and in principle it's agreed that there are co-location benefits, which I bring forward in the balance. And that section simply sets out the fact that beyond the consideration of co-location as a benefit against that policy, there is this separate element of the policy which demonstrates that in a balanced test, the policy will be supported or not supported against the wider policies of the development plan. That's what it says. It doesn't say anything more or less than that.
And then there's a reference to paragraph 9.36, the officer report, isn't there?
There is, yes.
Yeah.
Do you want me to bring that up?
I think let's look at it. Yeah. In the CDs, do you have it, Mr. Whitehouse? That is.
Yeah, I've got it up. Thank you.
You got it up. That's 1.4.2. And we know that people are presumably being careful about what ones they're referring to and what ones they're not referring to. And there's another reference to that at 7.30. Keep the two documents open, please, Mr. Whitehouse. There's another reference to that at 7.13 of the Statement of Common Ground, isn't there? Is that paragraph 9.36?
7.13, refers to, but that's a
Yeah.
a reference to the fact that if there's conflict between the policies, the priority that's given to the policies. But yeah, there's reference to that particular paragraph. Yes.
Yeah. So, if we read down the page on the Statement of Common Ground, we've got 7.11. The parties agree that the co-location benefits are positive aspects and weigh in favour of the appeal proposal being approved. We then got a quote of paragraph 9.33 of the officer report, which we can read. Then it goes 7.12 to the balance test, says see paragraph 9.36. Then we've got potential conflict between MWP and HLP policy, and it's being discussed in this specific context, isn't it? It's agreed that in the event of the potential conflict between waste plan policy and local plan policy identified at 9.36 in relation to local plan policies 10, 19 and waste plan policies 3 and 4, the most weight should be carried to local plan policies 3 and 4, and that gives in consideration of the appeal proposal, and it gives a reason. So we look at 9.36 and it says, reading down the paragraph, there's a query if it was to be assessed against the second limb of the local plan, the proposal would be supported in principle by local plan 3 and 4, subject to benefits outweighing any harm, but not by local plan 10 and 19. Then it gives the reason, and then it says for this reason, it's considered that local policies 3 and 4 should carry the most weight, and for the reasons set out, paragraph 9.32, it's considered that the proposed development would be a good example of co-location, which would be in accordance with waste plan policy 4. You see that?
Yeah, I can see that's stated. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to say again that having done this trawl through, Mr. Whitehouse, if the county council, okay, not you're independent and separate, but if the county council was wanting to make any point, make any case that these proposals are not supported by policy 4. Firstly, it had ample opportunity to do so through the reasons for refusal and the statement of case, and indeed the statement of common ground, didn't it?
Yes, in principle, yes.
And secondly, it has not done so, has it?
No, there's no direct reference to support or not support.
All right, thank you. Now, in terms of the policies in the waste plan that the county council and you, but the county council does allege conflict with its policy 17 design, isn't it?
So could you just repeat the end of that question, Spence?
In terms of the policies in the waste plan that the county council and indeed you allege conflict with, it is policy 17 design, isn't it? Yeah. As regards policy 18, which you did have an interesting reference to in your proof, you have accepted, you've corrected your proof and you accept compliance with policy 18, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good. Now I see you're smiling briefly. And you've got a list in your proof, haven't you, of what you consider the policies, quote, most important, which is a planning term of art, actually, but most important, it's 3.3, haven't you?
I do, yes.
Yeah, the policies, which are very familiar terms, the inspector, the basket policy for the development plan, most important for the termination of this appeal, considered to be the following. And the first limb of the development plan, of course, you set out is the waste plan. And we've got, we've already discussed policy 1, 3, 4, policy 10, compliance, correct? The proposals are in compliance or no conflict, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Policy 18, again, compliance, and 20 and 23, also compliance, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. I mean, we'll probably come on to Appendix 3, but there's no, I mean, there is no suggestion that there's any non-compliance with Appendix 3, is there?
No.
No. Okay. So it's just 17. And we've also, have you still got the statement of case open on your other screen? Sorry, the statement of common ground open on your other screen.
I do, yes.
Yeah, great. Thank you. In the statement of common ground, we've got a helpful list from the parties at Appendix 3, which is page 34. Of all the development plan policies that are considered relevant to an assessment of the proposals, and that is explained if one wants to see it at 5.3 in the statement of common ground, isn't that? That's how we know this is a list of all the policies relevant to the assessment of the proposals.
Just double check.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And it's a slightly longer list for the waste plan than your most important list, in that you've also got in there 21, the historic environment, and 22, and 24 and 25. But again, the proposal complies, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So the inspector can obviously record that if it's helpful, and we know we need to look in that entire list. There's only one that the county council and you indeed say there's a non-compliance with, which is 17, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. And a statement of the obvious, but the waste plan is the plan concerned specifically with waste proposals and minerals, of course, but specifically with waste proposals, unlike the Huntingdonshire local plan, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And another statement of a matter of fact, the local plan, or the waste plan rather, is more up to date than the local plan. And as we already looked at, that means that in the event of a conflict with the policies in the waste plan, in the local plan, it's the waste plan that prevails.
Yes.
Yeah. Good. So before we go to the local plan, let's look at waste plan policy 17, please. So that is at page 49. And that is also where we have the 2 paragraphs, don't we, of supporting text, correct? With the
Sorry, yes, 6.8 and 6.9, yes.
Yeah, exactly. So we've actually we've got it all on 2 pages. It starts at page 49 and goes over and finishes on page 50. And it's under the heading design. And that's the title of the policy. It is a design policy, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. It's not a policy concerned with the principle of whether a particular type or category of development is acceptable in a particular place, is it?
Whether something is in principle acceptable in a place, no, it's not.
Yeah, yeah. It's concerned, and we all know how these policies work in the development plan. It's concerned to ensure the design of whatever the proposed development is of its words high quality. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm going to read the STEM, what I'm calling the STEM paragraph out loud. All waste management development and where relevant mineral development should secure high quality design. The design of built development and the restoration of sites should be sympathetic to and, where opportunities arise, enhance local distinctiveness and the character and quality of the area in which it is located. Permission will be refused for development of poor design that fails to take the opportunities available to achieve this. So it's about, and the policy is set up in a way that is familiar. There's a STEM paragraph that tells you very much what the policy is about, and then there's a long list of sub points or sub limbs, things that development must do. Yeah,
Things in development must do. Yes.
The policy is about making sure, as the STEM paragraph tells us, that proposals are designed in a way that is sympathetic and, where opportunities arise, enhances local distinctiveness and character and the quality of the area it's located in. Correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
Yeah. Now, we do, of course, bear in mind that we are looking at and discussing a policy for waste management development and potentially mineral development, although the policy itself, I think, makes clear it's particularly focused on waste management development by its words and where relevant mineral development. Yeah.
Yes, but
Yeah.
it applies to either.
It applies to either. Anyway, we bear that in mind. We're talking about a policy that's been drafted with waste management in mind, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, waste management development, something you are familiar with, Mr. Whitehouse?
Yes. Yes.
You what? Okay. Okay, good. All right, just checking.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh, but yeah,
No.
the answer is very much yes.
All right, very much yes. Okay. uh, waste management development, as a matter of general principle or abstract, has certain functional requirements that express themselves in the scale and the mass of the built form and the layout. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they've got to be a certain. They've got to be a certain size to perform.
Yeah, size and form. Yeah. Now, the policy doesn't say, it doesn't provide that proposals that cause, for example, landscape or visual harm, or put another way, adverse effects to landscape or visual amenity, will not be supported, or any wording like that, does it?
No, not explicitly,
No.
but
Okay.
there is obviously reference to, there is a requirement where it states that the waste management development must, and then obviously at F it's been referred to,
Yeah,
Mr. Reynolds, and at H there are landscape requirements.
I entirely agree with you. There are landscape requirements, and I'm exploring the wording with you. Okay. But yeah. Okay. Now, one would expect, I think we can in fact assume that the waste planning authorities, there's two of them, of course, but the waste planning authorities, when preparing their local plan, clearly appreciated and had in mind the nature of waste management development when doing so, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, must have done. Yeah. And we've already been through the policies that start the waste plan, the 1, the 3, the 4, and we've discussed those policies that reflect the drive to address climate change and the various other principles that are clearly relevant to waste, which we discussed yesterday. It's not surprising, is it, that the policymakers didn't say, for example, anywhere in their plan, well, you might have a fantastic piece of climate change addressing greenhouse gas reducing development here, or that addresses the waste hierarchy and moves the waste up the hierarchy and achieves net waste self-sufficiency and co-location benefits and so on. But if you cause harm to the character of the countryside or visual amenity, that's a policy fail of itself. Yeah.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah. It's not surprising, given what we've already been through and discussed about the waste plan. It's not surprising. It is, in fact, entirely sensible that the policymakers didn't draft a policy anywhere that says, well, despite you ticking all those policy 1 and so on boxes, nonetheless, if you cause harm to say the character of the countryside or landscape visual amenity, that is a policy fail of itself.
I don't think that's surprising.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, it is. Let's just work out what isn't between us. It's no part of the county council's case that the design fails to, quote, take opportunities available to enhance local distinctiveness and character and quality, is it? The design of these proposals.
No.
Yeah. And there's no complaint raised regarding, in terms of the sublimbs. Can I check off? No complaint raised regarding A,
No,
correct? B,
no,
C,
no,
D,
no,
E,
no,
G,
no,
I,
no,
and J,
no,
and equally regarding Appendix 3.
no.
Okay. Okay. Now, so we're left with F and H. In terms of F, be sympathetic. So this is obviously waste management must be sympathetic to local character and history, including the surrounding built environment and landscape setting, while not preventing or discouraging appropriate innovation or change. And it gives an example of increased densities, but it's just that is such as increased densities. That is what we refer to as a non-exhaustive example, isn't it?
Yes.
Such as, yeah. Now, the proposals, can we just work back through these? The proposals are, in terms of any way you look at it, waste management, they are appropriate innovation or change, aren't they?
No, I wouldn't say they're appropriate innovation or change. I think the wording of the paragraph has to be, the wording of part F has to be read in full.
Okay, I'm going to break it down, and obviously the inspector will reach his own view as will the Secretary of State as how the policy is to be interpreted. In terms of whether the proposals are in waste management terms, an appropriate piece of innovation or change. Yeah. Do you agree that in waste management terms, they are an appropriate piece of innovation or change?
In principle, against the proposal.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. And I obviously I thought you'd say that, and that's clearly right. Now, of course, we read everything as a whole. We read the individual limbs as a whole, and then we read them in the policy as a whole, and then we read the whole plan as a whole, and the whole gets whole up. But the way that Lim F stacks up is it's first of all saying be sympathetic to local character or history, and then it tells us what that includes. I'm not going to read it all out. But then the words while not, those are, to borrow your phrase, those are they are a counterbalance, aren't they? They're a check on how far one pushes or extends the word sympathetic.
I don't think it's a counterbalance.
Okay, well,
I think that's specifically
all right. Yeah, I knew that was a bad poor term. Yeah,
it's but I do agree that it's a check.
Mm.
I think it's if you read the part as a whole, I think there is a requirement of the decision maker to determine how sympathetic the proposal is to local character and to history, which includes for the built environment in its landscape setting, and then to check that against whether it would be reasonable to maintain a position there in a manner that what I would read as provides an over provision of prevention or an over provision of discouragement. I think it's not a case of you read the first half and then disregard it completely if a proposal brings forward
Mm,
appropriate innovational change.
Mm.
I think it's a requirement to consider it as a check against the level of harm that's being brought forward to, in this instance, local character and landscape setting.
well, certainly we agree it's a check. It's a check on the first bit. You've just when referring to level of harm, you've just introduced words that we don't see anywhere in the policy, haven't you?
Sorry, in what sense?
You just refer to a level of harm, and that's not what the policy says. It says be sympathetic.
Yes,
Be sympathetic. Yeah.
Apologies, Mr. Burton. Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a. I was trying to. You asked me to present an understanding as how the
Yeah.
policy works.
Okay.
To my mind, that's the approach.
Okay. Now, sympathy be sympathetic. It's not the same as saying do not harm, is it?
Well,
Or do you think it is?
no. I think, but harm. Harm has multiple levels, and so it's not, to answer the question. No, it's not the same in terms of they are two different words.
Mm.
But you can bring forward unsympathetic development that as a byproduct offers harm.
Okay. Now, as you know, we say, just turning to the now stepping away from interpretation and now turning to application to the facts of our case. We say that the design is doing all that it can to be sympathetic. We say it is sympathetic. You heard Mr. Reynolds' evidence that he certainly accepts it's trying to be sympathetic, but he doesn't consider it is sympathetic. And I presume you adopt Mr. Reynolds' evidence.
I do, yes.
Yeah. So you don't. So you and to be clear, there's no suggestion on the council's part that there's anything, given what the proposals are trying to do, that there's anything more the design of the proposals could, or let alone should be doing to be more sympathetic.
The council haven't brought forward any design
No.
guidance in that respect, and I certainly haven't.
No. Okay. Yeah. So the answer is a no, and you give the explanation. Yeah.
Apologies. Yes.
Yeah.
That's it.
Fine. Okay. And you heard Mr. Reynolds yesterday, and I know this is outside your area, but I'll check it with you. Mr. Reynolds accepts the well-known architectural principle of beauty through form following function, and that these buildings are form following function, correct? The proposals.
I don't think that's a question for me.
Yeah, fine.
I'm not an architect or a landscape architect.
Okay. Yeah. Now, there is no complaint from the county council in reason for refusal 1 or its statement of case that these proposals somehow fail a quote beautiful building policy test in the MPPF, is there?
No.
And so whilst you raise a point on that in your proof at 315, it's not the council's case.
It's not part of the council's case. My reference is purely for the fact that in the time frame between the decision and the proof of evidence, the policy was updated because the framework was updated.
Okay, yeah, but just to chase that down, just check with you. There was already, I discussed this with Mr. Reynolds yesterday, but the framework already sought beautiful buildings, didn't it?
It did, yes.
Yeah. So at the time of the decision, and just for the inspector's note, can we make sure we agree, Mr. Reynolds, that's through the predecessor to what is now para 126 of the framework? Shall I just check?
Yes,
Let's,
be helpful.
let's double
I
check.
think we're all still getting used to the new numbers.
I think we're all waiting for another one to come out, aren't we? You know,
Yeah.
one a month, something like that. Yeah. Yeah. 126. Oh. No,
Are
sorry.
you referring to 135?
Yeah, I thought I'd got the wrong reference. Thank you. I'm referring. It's present. It's hold on. What have I done? It's present 131, isn't it?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah.
The other reference to beautiful contained in the framework is 131.
Yeah, it's present 131, and I think it was it 126?
I think it's as a
Yeah.
rule of thumb, most of them
Yeah.
have moved 5
Yeah.
paragraphs ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, right. Okay. Right. Okay. So that's enough on limb F, and then H, limb H of policy 17. Sorry, I've lost my place. Is obviously waste management development must, quotes, provide a landscape enhancement scheme which takes account of any relevant landscape character assessments, including any historic landscape characterization, which demonstrates that the development can be assimilated into its surroundings and local landscape character. Now, clearly, it is this limb is specifically dealing with the landscape enhancement scheme, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. It's not dealing with the design of the development as a whole, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. It doesn't, again, like F, it says demonstrates that development can be the landscape enhancement scheme, which demonstrates that development can be assimilated into its surroundings and local landscape character. It doesn't say anything like demonstrates that it development won't cause harms to local landscape character or anything like that, does it?
No.
No.
The requirement is to demonstrate that the development can assimilate itself into the surroundings of the country.
Yeah.
I've just repeated the policy.
Yeah.
Apologies.
Yeah, and it assimilated doesn't mean can't be seen, does it?
No, I think we discussed this in my
Yeah.
evidence in chief.
Yeah.
My opinion is that assimilated is that something should be demonstrated to sit appropriately within its context.
Yeah. And we know the county council's, well, the officer's position on landscaping, I haven't, and I believe this is accepted still by the county council, is that landscaping is the best it can practically be, correct?
I think it's,
Yeah.
yes, I don't think it is accepted that it's the best it could be,
Yeah.
but obviously we don't consider that's good enough.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, yes, obviously you consider the proposal doesn't comply with this limb, and we say it does, and I'm not going to shift you on that. I know I'm not. But we can, I think, record that Mr. Reynolds said of the landscaping scheme, he said, yes, the landscaping scheme was sympathetic. And he also said, and I'm now moving on, but it was the answer that he gave. I'm moving on because it's other policy that says recognise the intrinsic character and the beauty of the countryside. But he said the landscaping scheme was sympathetic and recognised the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside. And I take it you agree with that, or you accept his evidence.
I accept Mr. Reynolds' evidence.
Yeah. Now, do you recall that he agreed that the landscaping scheme or landscaping enhancement scheme was a landscape character positive?
What do I remember that Mr. Reynolds
Yeah.
said that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That of course he hadn't accounted for in his assessment, had he?
I
remember
can't
that?
speak for whether Mr.
No,
Reynolds
but
accounted
do
for
you,
it in his
do you
assessment.
remember him saying that he hadn't
I
accounted
do
for it?
recall that, yes.
Yeah. And the reason I bring that up with you is because in your evidence in chief yesterday, it was sorry, you know, just to remind ourselves, of course, one of the things that the landscaping does, which is referenced by this policy limb, is it clearly aligns with what the landscape SPD 2022 seeks in its forward-looking section in terms of more, you know, blocks of trees and that kind of thing, doesn't it?
It seeks to bring forward blocks of trees to meet the requirement of the SPD, yes.
Yeah. Now, in your evidence in chief yesterday, you had a discussion with Mr. Grant about the agreed fact that the landscaping is a positive landscape benefit, and you said it doesn't alter your assessment because that was a matter for the landscape witness. Now, my point is that your landscape witness was clear in his evidence that he hadn't accounted for this benefit. So between the two of you, it just falls between the cracks of.
Sorry to interrupt, but as I recall the way it was put in that question and answer, what I asked was whether that should be treated as a standalone benefit or whether it should be treated as part of the overall landscape and visual impact assessment. That I think was the way in which the question was put.
Okay, all right. Your landscape, we've already discussed, your landscape witness was clear he hadn't accounted for the benefit. Okay. Yeah, we've done that bit.
Yes.
You said, I was paraphrasing by saying that's a matter for the landscape witness, but my learned friend's given the longer answer, but you said I don't deal with that separately because that's part of the landscape assessment. Yeah.
Yes.
But your landscape witness has told us all here that he's not accounted for that benefit. Do you see what do you see the problem?
I don't see a problem.
You don't, right.
But I see what was said. I can see what was said. I agree that was what was said, but I don't see a problem. Okay.
Well, let me spell out the problem is, or say that not the problem is, but the position is there's a benefit, positive benefit from the landscaping. You're not weighing that in any way in your balance because you're saying that's part of the landscape assessment dealt with by my landscape witness, correct?
Well, no, because I give a weight of balance to the landscape issue. So if I consider it as part of the landscape issue, it's considered in the weight of balance of the landscape issue.
But you've told us yesterday in evidence in chief with Mr. Grant, and you say the same in your proof, I think, but you confirmed in evidence in chief with Mr. Grant that what you do with landscape is you simply adopt, was that the word you used? But you adopt what Mr. Reynolds has done, and you say there's nothing wrong with that.
Yes, I adopt Mr. Reynolds' conclusions, but then you'll appreciate from my proof I then provide a degree of weight to the harm against policy, against policy 17 as part of my conclusions. Yeah. So that's what I do. I take Mr. Reynolds' conclusions and then in a planning judgment, then provide a degree of weight to that.
Yes. Mr. Reynolds, nowhere in his evidence has he accounted, he was clear about this, nowhere in his evidence has he accounted for the benefit of the landscaping scheme. Okay. So you adopting Mr. Reynolds' evidence doesn't then bring the benefit of the landscaping scheme into your evidence, does it? You see what I mean?
I see what you're saying. In my opinion, the proposal still, even in that circumstance, still fails to accord with F and H of policy 17.
No.
So I provide a degree of weight against that.
Fine, okay, that's your position. That doesn't alter the fact that you haven't recognized the landscaping scheme as a benefit and given it any weight, because obviously it falls between you because of the way the evidence stacks up.
I don't agree with that. I don't think it falls between us. I've concluded, having regard to Mr. Reynolds' evidence, I've concluded that the proposal fails to accord against F and H. And in a circumstance where there's benefits that can be attributed to the landscape scheme, I still conclude that it fails to accord with Part H of 17.
Yeah. So we've got a landscape scheme that is, it's agreed, I think now between us, it is the landscaping scheme is a positive benefit in terms of the landscape. You say, but it's still a policy fail against H. But can I check? There's no suggestion from you or the council's evidence at all that the landscaping scheme is not doing all it can to assimilate the proposals.
I think that's the answer is yes.
Yeah.
I think that's the point. I think the proposal does its best to assimilate itself into the landscape, but that best isn't good enough.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Right. So, I mean, I know it isn't, no exercise is ever purely a, as it were, numbers game, but standing back from the waste plan, it is the case that the county council takes a point regarding 2 sublimbs of policy 17, and that's the case against, as it were, under the waste plan, correct?
Under the waste plan.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. And now to the local plan. So let's turn that up, please. And that. There's that. So that's 4.11.
I've got that open.
The Huntingdonshire local plan. Sorry, CD 4.11.
I've got it open.
Yeah, got it. Thank you. And that let's start, please, with the first policies in it, which are LP1 and LP2 on pages 31 and 32. LP1 is amount of development in Huntingdonshire in the period 2011 to 2036. Provision will be made for at least 20,100 new homes, both market and affordable, and approximately 14,400 additional jobs. And then LP2 is a strategy for development, which we'll come to. As one would expect, the plan is primarily concerned with homes and jobs, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. There's nothing here that disturbs what the local plan says about where waste management development should be cited, or the principles we've been through in the waste plan, correct?
Yes, the relevance to this proposal, as previously discussed, is bullet 5.
Yeah. And there are, I mean, just a few strategy points to pause on. There's so the development strategy, this is LP2. The development strategy of Huntingdonshire is to, in terms of the bullets that I think we are particularly interested, well, I mean, concentrating development in locations about a comprehensive range of services and facilities. That's not really about, well, it's clearly not about waste planning. Direct new, substantial new, I mean, that is about local substantial expansions. That's not about waste planning, obviously. Provide opportunities for communities to achieve development aspirations regarding housing, employment, community related scheme. Again, that's not really about waste planning, is it? We've got Mr. Whitehouse. None of those first 3 really have anything do they to bear on waste planning? Sorry, are you there, LPT?
I am. I'm
Yeah.
just rereading them.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
not directly for waste planning. There may be some indirect reference to
Yeah.
employment, but no, it's not
No.
explicit.
No. And then there's a support a thriving rural economy, which is, I mean, that's obviously obviously it's consistent with the MPPF. There's a section in the MPPF that says the same thing.
Yep.
There's and there's then there's the fifth one. I mean, I should say on the fourth one, obviously you've given the jobs benefit. You recognise it as a benefit. I think you give it moderate weight. So there's a hick, as it were, against that. Correct.
Yes.
Then there's protect the character of existing settlements and recognise the intrinsic character and beauty of this surrounding countryside. Now, so this is the one that the council rely upon in the reason for refusal 1 case, isn't it?
Yes.
And it's the words recognise the intrinsic character and beauty of the surrounding countryside, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And that's it's those words that Mr. Reynolds says, and obviously you adopted evidence that the proposals offend, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And then obviously the sixth one is conserve and enhance the historic environment, and as discussed, there's a tick against that, correct?
Yes.
And then there's complementary green infrastructure, provision to balance recreational and biodiversity needs and to support climate change adaptation, and there's a tick against that, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm not going to talk about the distribution of growth because that is really clearly about things that are not concerned with waste, correct?
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we then move on through the policies in the local plan, and we get to page 62, which is LP10, which is this is the other, and it's the only other, isn't it, local plan policy that the council raises issue with, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So let's turn to that, please. As I say, page 62, where you find it. And this is under the heading, the countryside. And it says, development in the countryside will be restricted to the limited and specific opportunities as provided for in other policies of this plan. And then all development in the countryside must, and there's a list of points. I'm not going to read them out. You've got them in front of you, A, B, and C. And let's just check them off. The council doesn't take an issue with A, correct?
Correct.
The council does take an issue with B, correct?
Yes.
Now, C, I wanted to read this out because I want to check. C, not give rise to noise, odour, obtrusive light, or other impacts that would adversely affect the use and enjoyment of the countryside by others. Now, obviously, we've got B above, recognise the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside, and then we've got C. C is concerned with its active impact, isn't it? That would adversely affect. Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. And whilst I can see that it might have been said if the chimney had a kind of active plume, that might be an active impact. It's agreed it won't, correct?
Yes.
And there's nothing about, so and I just want to make sure that you're not saying, the council isn't saying that there's an issue, it takes issue with the proposals against C. It's just B, correct?
It's B and C.
Well, this is what I don't understand, honestly, Mr. Whitehouse. We've agreed it's about active impacts, C, and there isn't an active impact from the chimney. I understand the case, or don't agree with it, but I understand the case that's being made about B, okay? But I just can't understand how any case that the council is making fits under C.
Well, Mr. Reynolds has concluded that the chimney offers a visual amenity impact.
Yes.
And so it's in that circumstance, it's how that visual amenity impact is experienced by local receptors.
But I mean,
which would sit under the other impacts aspects of C.
well, don't agree, but I'm very happy to very happy to leave that for discussion with my planning witness and then submissions. We can I'll circle back to this, but the LP10 policy, we've got a number of policies concerned with, I say a number, but we move on through a local plan, and then there's a section at 65, page 65, starts at 65, requiring good design, section 5. See that?
I do, yes.
And there are a number of policies to look at. LP11 is design context. It begins, a proposal will be supported where it is demonstrated that it responds positively to its context and has drawn inspiration from the key characteristics of its surroundings and so on. And I mean, you can read it and so on. And the council obviously is not running a case against under LP11, correct?
Correct.
And the same is true of LP12, which begins design implementation, new development and advertisements will be expected to be well designed based upon a thorough understanding of constraints and appraisal of the site's context, delivering attractive, usable and long-lasting buildings and spaces. And it continues, and a proposal will be supported, therefore, where it can be demonstrated that, blah, blah, blah. The council is not running a case against the proposals based on policy LP12, correct?
Correct.
And then we've got a policy about placemaking, which probably doesn't apply. I mean, I don't know the definition of large scale development, which is set out in the glossary. Anyway, I think we probably move over LP13. Then there's LP14, amenity, which again, the council is not running a case against the proposals on, correct?
Correct. And just to qualify on the last point, LP13, that's not a policy that's not a policy in common ground either.
No, it's not. No, I mean, no, it's not. That's why I passed over. It's not a relevant one. We move on past, there's a surface water policy. Again, there's no case against on that. Sustainable policy, policy 16, no case against that. 17, parking and vehicle movement, no case against on that basis. LP18, established employment areas. I'm not sure that that's in the list of relevant. Go over that. And then we get to LP19, rural economy at page 84. Okay. So that policy, and let's just pause and look at this one for a moment. We've got the policy telling us that in the countryside, there are limited and specific opportunities for sustainable development related to maintaining a healthy rural economy. And a proposal for business development in the countryside will only be supported where it fulfills the requirements of one of the following categories. And then we move obviously past new business development, which is not us, and we get to expansion of an existing business. And it says very simply, as it were, a proposal for the expansion of an established business within its existing operational site will be supported, correct?
It does. It
And
says.
your position, obviously you've given this some careful thought in your proof, is these proposals fall within that limb,
Yes.
correct?
That's my opinion.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I think it's everyone's opinion of the professionals, as it were. And then, because then there's a different limb, a proposal for the expansion of an established industrial rural business on land outside of its existing operational site will be supported where it is demonstrated that. And then there's this list of criteria, those include H, the scale, character, and sizing of the proposal will not have a detrimental impact on its immediate surroundings and the wider landscape, correct?
That's what it says.
Yeah. And so by contrast with that limb and its 4 criteria, a proposal considered under the first limb within the operational site to get that support, it doesn't have to surmount any of those hurdles, does it?
No, those hurdles are completely separate.
Yeah.
They relate to a different strand.
Yeah.
But both supporting and negative aspects of that are not relevant.
Yeah.
If you take a line against limb 1.
Yeah. 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 And we can note, I think, can't we, that by contrast with the outside the site limb, which has got it there, if you're an expansion within an operational site, which we agree we are, then you're not having to face a policy test about not having a detrimental impact on immediate surroundings and wider landscape. What you've got to do is show or that you have recognized the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside. That's what's an issue between us under LP2 and LP10B. And then obviously you make a case about C, which we've had a discussion about that, correct?
I'm not sure what the question was, Mr.
Sorry.
Mr.
A proposal that's for expansion in its operational site, which we agreed is, and that gets the support under LP19, correct? That proposal, in terms of the one issue, the one objection that the council raises, landscape and visual impact, yeah, that proposal has to show it's recognising the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside under LP2 and LP10, and you add criteria C under LP10 as well, yeah?
Yes. So
yeah,
if you meet limb 1 of LP19, there's still a requirement to seek to accord with what we consider to be the pertinent aspects of LP2 and LP10.
Yeah.
Yes.
That we just discussed. And in terms of, and of course, the framework at 180B has the same wording, recognise the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside, correct? Yeah.
Yes.
Which we know. And we've touched on it earlier, but let's put it now in the specific context of these policies with that wording. The council's position is, yes, the design is doing what it can to recognise the character and beauty of the countryside, but the council doesn't consider that it does.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And we have a disagreement about that, but I'm not going to budge you on that. Trying to budge you on that. Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
fine. Now, having done that exercise with policies, can we turn to reason for refusal 1 again to take out the statement of common ground where we were looking at it in there, please? and I just want to look at the structure. It says, have you got the statement of common ground, Mr. Whitehouse?
I do, yes.
Yeah. It says the scale of the proposed chimney in relation to the landscape being local character and visual impact. I mean, it's infelicitous wording, and harm to the visual amenity of local businesses and residents, particularly those living and working nearest the development, are considered to have significant adverse effects which cannot be resolved through the proposed mitigation, and consequently, say the development is contrary, and then we have the run of policy references. Yeah. So it is saying that because members thought there would be whatever those significant adverse effects, because it's not explained, but whatever members thought by those from the chimney, therefore it's contrary to these policies, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Now it is the case that the wording right up until we get to the list of policies, the wording bears no actual relation to any of the policy wording we have been discussing, does it?
No direct reference to the wording, but in my opinion, that doesn't mean to say the wording can't be relied on.
Now you know that the language of likely significant effects, beneficial and adverse, that is what ER, environmental impact assessment, is all about, isn't it?
Yeah, with regard to the effects that are scoped into the EIA. Yeah, that's what it tackles.
Yeah, I mean, the whole point of doing environmental impact assessment is to identify the likely, quote, likely significant effects, correct?
Yes,
yeah.
that's what the environmental statement seeks to do.
Yeah, and for the same reasons that we've already discussed about what policy does or doesn't say, there is nothing in any of the policies that we agree apply to these proposals that says if your EIA finds likely significant adverse effects, that's a policy fail, is there?
No.
No. But that is on the wording of the reason for refusal. That is how members approach the question before them as set out in the reason for refusal, isn't it?
I think that's an assumption. I think based on the wording that's there, and I don't want to speak for members because I'm not a member, and I wasn't at the committee itself. But I think what members have done is they've considered all the evidence before them and concluded that the chimney offers landscape harm. And they've identified what that landscape harm, in their opinion, consists of. And they've concluded that that offers significant adverse effects that can't be addressed through mitigation, and therefore is against those, and therefore fails to accord with those policies. I don't think anything more than that is an assumption.
Yeah. I mean, it reads as if the policies, you know, we read the reason for use as a whole, it reads as if the policies or the have a test based on likely significant adverse effects.
No, I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think it can be read as a consideration that there's a recognition that the proposal offers significant adverse effects against the landscape, and then having regard, and then consequentially having regard to the policies that are relevant to that, the proposal's contrary to those policies. I don't think it's necessarily read as one is the effects are concluded off the back of a balancing requirement associated with those individual policies.
Okay, I mean, look, anyway, we can make some submissions on that. I'll have Mr. Bashford give some evidence on that. It's not. It's clearly not the most happily worded reason for refusal we've ever seen, is it?
But when are we ever happy with the wording of a reason for refusal?
I don't. Yeah. Now, we can, I think, note, can't we, that where the local plan, I hope you still got that open.
I do.
Yeah. Where the local plan, and turn please on to policy 27, where it wants to set up a test along the lines of harm or indeed significant harm in terms of landscape or visual amenity, whatever. It does so, doesn't it?
So it's policy, local plan policy 27.
27, yeah, because and I'll explain why I say it does so just by reference to this policy as an example, because this is a policy about gypsies, travellers, and travelling show people. And we've got the STEM paragraph that's telling us that new traveller sites outside of built-up area will be supported in sustainable locations where they respect scale of nearest settled community, will be very strictly limited in open countryside that's away from existing settlements. The council will therefore support a proposal which contributes to delivery of gypsy and traveller pitches and travelling show people plots where it satisfies each of the following criteria. And C2 is the character and appearance of the wider landscape is not significantly harmed.
Yes, that's what it says.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my point is there are policies. I mean, there is a policy. There may be others. There's a policy in the local plan that for certain types of development does set a test based on harm to landscape or indeed significant harm to landscape. No such test is set for our proposals, is it?
No such test is provided within the policy, although I would say that that test is specific to that particular policy, which is for a specific use.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Right. Now, in any event, you don't suggest, or I said, well, the council, and you on behalf of the council, you don't suggest any other non-compliance with policy in the local plan other than LP2 recognising intrinsic character and beauty, LP10 ditto recognising intrinsic character and beauty, and you add on the C limb in LP10 as well, correct?
Correct.
And that's it. And so again, looking in the statement of common ground, we've got that list at Appendix 3. Could you turn back to it of the policies that are relevant to assessment of the proposals? And as we did with the minimum waste local plan, the inspector can, as it were, put a tick against all the others so far as the county council is concerned, save for just those aspects, correct?
Yes, and obviously policy 17 of the waste local plan as well.
Of course, I'm now finishing off with the local plan. So now
Okay.
we've
Making reference to that appendices, you're going to put ticks against them.
Yeah. No,
I've
I've not forgotten policy 17. Don't worry, we won't. Yeah. Okay. Right. So I'm now going to come on to consider the benefits. Okay. And I think, sir, I'm obviously been looking for an appropriate time. That is a very appropriate time to pause. Because I'm coming on to a whole new topic, just so Mr. Whitehouse knows where we're going, so you know where we're going, sir. I've now got to go. I say got to. I'm going to go through all the benefits. Yes, that will take some time because it's a long topic. But once we've done that, there's very little else. And I would have. I mean, I anticipate that we will finish by lunchtime. That's my schedule, as it were.
Thank you for that note. So yeah, I think that's a good time to pause for a 20-minute adjournment. Obviously, the witness knows he's in purdah, so no discussions with the witness. Okay, adjourn. Thank you. Okay, the inquiry is resumed. Mr. Burton, would you like to continue?
Thank you very much, sir. Right, Mr. Whitehouse, I want to tackle the benefits now, and the bit of your proof that deals with those, as we discussed earlier, is section 6, correct? And the first one I want to turn to is climate change, please, or to use the full wording, page 29 of your proof 6.26, help to support the transition to a low carbon future, okay? So those paragraphs are what we have from you. And of course, this is in the context, Mr. Whitehouse, of our discussion yesterday regarding the policy context and in the local plan in particular, policy 1 of the waste plan, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Now I want to start with how matters were understood and treated at the application stage. So could you turn first to the officer report, please, which is, and I want to go directly to the conclusions, and then I think we'll work backwards. So the conclusions, so section 21, please. And tell me when you're there. Yeah. Now, can we just note, and I hope agree, that by contrast with, you see 2.221.2 rather, you see that that's that long paragraph that concludes the proposals would be in accordance with it said for these reasons, it considered the proposed development would demonstrate a high level of co-location and would be in accordance with policy 4 in that respect, and would be in accordance with policy 3 by driving waste up the hierarchy. And provided the benefits are not outweighed by harm, these factors should be given significant weight. You see that?
I do.
Yeah. Now, but by contrast, by distinction, as it were, down the page, the report considers climate change and carbon footprint at 2.1.5 and 1.6. Do you see that?
I do. Yes.
And what's said there is, and I paraphrase, there's some explanation given about how the generation of energy from waste for use within the site would reduce reliance on imported energy and produce gas, and carbon savings have been made from electricity and diesel, and the fertilizer would create a product that would directly replace agricultural fertilizers dependent on fossil fuels and solar panels. And it says, for these reasons, it's considered the proposed development considered as a whole, and so on and so forth, would make a contribution to reducing reliance on energy derived from fossil fuels and moving to a lower carbon future. It's considered there's no reason to refuse the application on the grounds it would not contribute to managing the effects of climate change. Yeah, there's not a particular weight given to this as a benefit, correct?
No, there isn't.
No. And we can and moving through the conclusions, we then have the planning balance, paragraph 21.19, and there's no doubt that I think there's no doubt that it is it seems to be in the benefit, so at least to the extent the use of waste which cannot be recycled to generate energy. But again, we don't see a positive weight given anywhere in terms of a particular weight, do we?
For climate change?
Yeah, for climate change.
It's not explicitly set
No.
out in those bullet points, no.
No. Now, the context for this, we now need to go back in the report to see, or I say the context, but the more detailed thinking, is in section 5, isn't it? Which is a section headed Design, Climate Change and Carbon Footprint. Sorry, section 15, apologies. And this is officers at 15.6, dealing with climate change and carbon footprint. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. And 15.14 is the is the conclusion, and turn to that, please. And there's a reference there to what the council's carbon and energy manager has drawn attention to, which is uncertainties in the carbon savings. Do you see that? And the other sources of carbon associated have not been evaluated, and it goes on. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, we have in that the report earlier summarises the consultation response, but I thought let's look at the actual consultation response itself, please, which is CD 1.3.13. And do you have that? Have you had a chance to read it?
I have it in front of me. I've skim read it.
Yeah.
But I have read it before.
Okay, very good. Okay, so it's a consultation response from the County Council's Carbon and Energy Manager of 24th of January 2023. What it, yeah, I'm going to précis, but the officer's telling us that she wants to comment on the greenhouse gas emissions associated with this proposed development, and she makes clear she used carbon as a shorthand for any greenhouse gas emissions. And we see on the second page, she's expressing her understanding that the changes would lead to an estimated 9,663 tonnes of CO2 savings per annum, but that's based on increased solar energy and production of biogas, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, you see that. And she does raise some queries about those, doesn't she?
Yes.
And she also raises some other queries about, for instance, what difference the future decarbonisation of the grid might make, and also whether there'll be embodied carbon in construction and transport emissions from construction and use, and direct emissions from waste processes on site. So, and there are lots of queries. Okay. Now, it would appear, I'm not saying that I'm not saying that officers as a whole work on this basis, but it would appear from this consultation response that the carbon manager hadn't blocked, based on what she's written here, hadn't blocked the possibility even of savings of greenhouse gas emissions from pellet fertilizer replacing traditional, or indeed from combusting healthcare waste here, as opposed to the baseline, based on this letter. Yeah,
I can't speak for the carbon. Carbon.
No, based on the letter though.
Well, I can see what the letter refers to.
Yeah.
It doesn't. I can't account for what's been acknowledged but not specifically referred to in the consultation.
Okay.
I can't speak for the carbon manager. I'm not her.
No. All right. Okay. In any event, clearly, you would say that, and as I say, I've taken you to in the officer report, where it does look as if officers had at least understood that the pellet fertilizers would be a carbon benefit.
That's that's recognised in the officer's report.
Yeah, but for whatever reason, the figure that was being referred to by officers in terms of carbon savings was 9,663 for whatever reason tonnes. That's correct, isn't it?
The figure that's referred to, I believe that was correct at the time. Yes.
And I think I presume you would agree, or certainly you have taken a different approach to the approach officers have taken, in that you have given the benefit of climate change a particular weighting, correct?
I've given it a particular weighting.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think it's clear whether officers have given it weight or not.
No, it's not, is it?
Because it's not explicitly set out in those bullets.
Yeah.
But obviously carbon change is referred to in detail within the report.
Yeah, I mean, it's just,
but again, sorry, just to
Sorry.
finish. It's only for me to provide weight to my own evidence.
yeah, sorry, say it again. Say it again.
It's only for me to provide weight to my own evidence. I
Yeah.
can't speak for what the
No,
officer
I mean,
thinks.
look, I mean, we can all, the reason I took you to the bits in the officer report, and obviously it just does look a bit strange, frankly, that they give co-location and moving waste up the hierarchy significant weight, but they don't give a weight to climate change benefit. Anyway, I mean, there it is. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but again, it's whether it's explicitly referred to or not. There is, again, without wishing to speak on behalf of the officer, those bullet points are, I would suggest, umbrella terms, apart from where they're very specific. And it could be that the officer concluded that, carbon change is a benefit sat comfortably within one of those bullets.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, we won't do too much forensic archaeology, as it were. There's no suggestion based on what happened at the committee meeting or or anything else we have, that the members of the planning committee had in mind a figure that was more than the 9,663 tons figure. Is that?
I can't speak for what happened at the committee. I've seen the minutes,
Okay.
as I'm sure that that you have as well.
Yeah. Okay. Now you, of course, you gave the weighting in your proof as moderate, which was at a time, and I think you're clear about this, when the benefits, as it were, had not been quantified for you in carbon terms, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So you gave that moderate weighting at the time. You didn't know the extent of benefits, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
And you may be coming on to this, Mr. Byrne. I don't want to preempt, but
I'm coming on to your rebuttal.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I was just going to say
Yeah.
because that evidence hadn't been presented
Yeah.
by the appellants at that point.
Yeah. No, I understand. I mean, look, I'm not going to take time with you over the point that's raised. I mean, were you at the CMC?
Yes.
Yeah. And so,
Lurking in the background. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, you remember, I'm sure, me saying I'm going to be calling a carbon climate change witness at the CMC. Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah.
if you want to get into the semantics of this, but I remember you saying you're going to call a witness. Whether you're going to provide technical evidence is another matter.
All right. Okay. Anyway, you've now obviously had Mr. Othan's quantification, and you've considered it in your rebuttal, and despite Mr. Othan providing, if I may say, a very, would you agree, careful calculation of greenhouse gas savings.
I'm not a technical expert. I have no
Okay.
idea how careful it is.
All right. I mean, you've got his evidence that it's a saving of about 40,000 tons per annum, which you don't dispute, correct?
No, the council have said that we consider it to be broadly acceptable.
Yeah. But seized of the knowledge of that evidence, which you don't dispute, of 40,000 tons per annum, you maintain a moderate weighting.
Yes, and I've set out the reasons why in my rebuttal.
Yeah. Okay. Now, say, and I'll come to those reasons. Saving 40,000 tons of CO2 equivalent per annum is, frankly, it is a staggering amount of CO2 saved, isn't it?
As a non-technical expert, it sounds like a large amount.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not for me to quantify that, really.
Well, it is Mr. Othan's undisputed evidence that it's equivalent to either around 11% of the current emissions from the whole waste management sector in Cambridgeshire, or the carbon footprint of about 28,000 occupants of Cambridgeshire, correct?
I don't dispute it.
Don't, yeah. Now, the logic of your approach, though, is that in what you've done, considering these proposals, is it doesn't make a difference how many tons of CO2 equivalent one saves, correct?
Repeat the question again, sorry.
The logic of your approach is that it doesn't make a difference to weighting how many tons of CO2 equivalent one has saved.
I considered all of the individual factors in the round, again, in relation to low carbon. So having regard to the conclusions that I drawn in my proof, I then considered those factors in combination with the additional information from Mr. Owen. So no, I would disagree with what you just with the question. I think that it's always a consideration, and it's a consideration that I took on board in determining whether my beneficial weight was adjusted or changed off the back of the additional information.
Okay. Well, let's look at your rebuttal where you consider it, please. And the first thing I want to look at in your rebuttal is this is the final section of your rebuttal, section 3, the weight I provide to the climate change benefit in light of Mr. Open's evidence. And what you say in the first two paragraphs, essentially, yeah, prepared to accept Mr. Open's conclusions broadly acceptable, but don't change your weighting. And then you say this: I further note, you say that the appellants have submitted an alternative planning application for the appeal site under reference, and you give the reference, and you say, which is yet to be determined, the accompanying planning statement at para 6.5.4 notes that the proposed buildings with roof-mounted solar panels will enable the applicant to reduce its carbon footprint and contribute to the aspirations of reducing carbon emissions and slowing down climate change. Yeah. And you continue the quote, and then you say, this is your words, this demonstrates that the appellant recognizes that climate change benefit could be achieved by development of the site without the need for the erection of a proposed chimney. Okay, so you are making you're making a point about this, and your point is, well, you can still achieve climate change benefit without a chimney, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, the application being referred to, it's also referred to in the statement of common ground, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. But you've given the description there, and that's really all we need. It's just a partial proposal for just putting the waste transfer in a building and the biomass in a building and some lagoons, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. You'll appreciate, and we need to look at the statement of common ground just to check the date for this. So just turn the statement of common ground up, if you wouldn't mind, please. It's in the planning history. Which is page 7, 2.23, that the application was made in August, wasn't it, 2023?
Yes.
And you'll appreciate, because you know how these things work, Mr. Wise, and what the statute says in terms of decision timetables, the applicant, my client, made that application, of course, fully expecting it to be determined ahead of the appeal, so it could get on with things. Yeah,
I would have assumed that's it.
You would assume so.
Yeah.
Now, what the county council has essentially said is, well, we want to wait on the outcome of the appeal, so it hasn't been determined yet, as you say. It's still sat there, correct?
I think that's the case. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, do you appreciate, or do I need to walk you through it, that the greenhouse gas savings from that partial application would merely be in the hundreds of tons per annum?
I recognise there's a difference.
But
Yeah.
do you recognise that that's the kind of scale of difference?
I do,
You do?
but
Right.
you must remember that I'm making the point in the context that I concluded on balance that this appeal shouldn't be supported. So in a circumstance when the weight I've given to the landscape impact of the erection of the chimney is a significant factor, in my opinion, the balance is substantially different.
But to be clear about this aspect, climate change, which is where you've brought it up in your rebuttal, okay? There is simply no comparison between saving some hundreds of tons per annum and saving 40,000 tons per annum.
There's a distinct difference. I accept that.
Yeah. And to be doubly clear about this, because obviously this is where you've put it in your rebuttal proof, it would be a false approach, wouldn't it, under policy 1 of the waste plan and the statutory net zero drive and all the policy concerning addressing climate change, to de-weight or reduce the weight given to the climate change benefits, which Mr. Oakham puts at around 40,000 tonnes, because a partial proposal could save some hundreds of tonnes a year without
it's a separate point that I raise. It's a materially different application.
Okay. And so we do agree, as a matter of logic, as I thought we'd agreed yesterday, but I needed to come back and check it, that logically the weight to be given to climate change benefits increases the more greenhouse gas emissions you save.
In principle, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, when I ask myself, and I genuinely do ask myself, Mr. Whitehouse, with incomprehension as to how you could weight savings of around 40,000 tonnes per annum as only moderate.
It's not going to learn a friend to give his own evidence as to what he regards.
Mr. Grant, please let me answer. Mr. Grant, let me ask the question. Please let me ask the question. Mr. Grant.
It's not appropriate for the advocate to effectively give evidence through a question as to the view that he takes about the weighting that's been given by the witness.
Let me finish the question, Mr. Grant. Then you know, then you can raise an objection if you want to. But yeah, I think let me finish the question.
Your incomprehension.
Yeah.
Could you be aware of phrasing, please?
I'm very aware of phrasing, sir. If I'd been allowed to finish the question, I don't think Mr. Grant would have had a complaint, or at least he wouldn't have had any basis for a complaint. He's now successfully thrown me off my stride, and I need to remind myself, Mr. Whitehouse, when I ask myself, okay, when we in this inquiry ask how you can possibly give around 40,000 tonnes of greenhouse gas emissions per year, only a moderate weighting, which on your scale is it's essentially the middle. It's one up from limited, and that above it you have significant and very significant. What is the answer?
It's for each planning decision maker to draw their own provision of weight, and I've set out my rationale for determining a provision of weight in relation to this. I've also set out how that's been affected by the additional evidence provided by Mr. Oakham, and I've come to a conclusion off the back of it.
No, I'm asking you,
Mr.
Mr.
If I just finish,
Sorry, all right, sorry, I thought you had.
If the question is, how can you comprehend how I've come to my weight? Well, it's because it's my role as a planning witness in this instance to determine the provision of weight, and I've set out the reasons why.
No, I want you to tell me now why, how, more than just well, it's a matter of planning judgment and see my proof. Why you have given a 40,000 ton saving of CO2 per annum only a moderate weight.
Okay, so do you want me to read through my rationale of how I've come to my conclusions? It's a very open question.
It is deliberately.
Okay, well, I can give a very long-winded answer by going through all my proof and my rebuttal evidence, if you'd like me to. But I understand that that's been taken as read.
Well, look, I'm looking at your proof, Mr. Whitehouse, and 6.26 to 6.27 is where, and 6.28 is where you deal with help to support, where you deal with climate change, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And you say in 6.26, you set out your understanding at that time in 6.26 of what the proposals will be doing in terms of addressing climate change. That's 6.26, correct?
It is, yes. All the information taken from the appellant's submission.
Yeah. And then 6.27 is where there is the reflection from you on what's come before. Yeah.
Yes.
And you say the proposal clearly provides low carbon benefits. However, the majority of the site retains an operation that would still be reliant on fossil fuels.
Yes.
Yeah. Whilst this provision of low carbon benefit in conjunction with an undetermined rate of generation of biogas and solar power creates a contribution towards reducing reliance on energy derived from fossil fuels, the site would still predominantly undertake processes that rely on them. Yeah.
Yes.
Now that 6.27 is, when I look through all of your evidence dealing with the climate change benefit, that is your explanation of what I think you were referring to as counterbalancing factors, correct?
Yes, they're considerations that go into how much weight I apply to.
Yeah,
there
aren't any other counterbalancing factors that you draw attention to in relation to this benefit, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Now, so you are, and you were taken to this in chief as well. Do you remember the 6.27 by my then friend Mr. Grant? And my note of your evidence is that yes, in terms of green and food waste, the majority of site and that process requires fossil fuels. That's my note of your evidence. That you see, as I understood it, you were essentially saying the same. You were saying the same as you're saying in 6.27, but perhaps in different words.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, so you are saying then, firstly, there's let's deal with principles before we turn to actual facts. So what you're saying is, well, you consider the well, you say the majority of the site. Can I just be clear? Are you meaning that spatially most of the site would still be concerned with an operation reliant on fossil fuels? Or are you saying that in terms of the total waste throughput, most
total waste throughput with regards to food and green waste?
Food and green waste. So okay, so this and this is your, I think your point, the point you're making is that because, and you make a similar point also, because not all of the food and green waste would go to dry AD. Yeah, is that right?
Yes.
There'd still be some going through the in vessel and the windrows, which
It's not some, it's a substantial.
sorry, yes. I mean, it's 60,000 tons left.
Well,
roughly. I mean,
the roughness is quite important, but because it's only presented by the appellants in the. This may not be necessary to your point, Mr. Byrne, but it's the amount left in the available 200,000 that is referred to as would be going through Vestlin and windrow processes, and that could be up to 78,000. So it's there's quite a big difference between 60-ish as you just referred to and what could be 78. And that's the number that's referred to in the officer's report. But
yeah, okay, all right.
I don't think that's necessarily going to your point, but just
yeah, I want to understand your reasoning, Mr. Whitehouse, so I can see if we can explore it, and maybe we can even possibly reach an agreement. Who knows? Your focus, your counterbalancing factor concern is of the green and food waste that comes in, that portion, whatever, we're not going to put precise tonnage on it, obviously, but that part of it that would still go through the in-vessel composting and the windrow process. Have I got that right?
Correct. And my point is that that's still, in a site that seeks to provide low carbon benefits, there is still a reliance on some of the site. I say a significant part of the site on fossil fuels.
Yeah. Now, it's not. Firstly, there's nothing in policy, is there, that says, well, and I want to use your language so we don't get caught up in disagreements. You referred to the 40,000 as a large amount, I think. So there's nothing in policy that says, well, your proposal is achieving a large amount of greenhouse gas reductions, but because some of your process will still be fossil fuel powered, we reduce the benefits, or that's a policy non-compliance or anything like that, correct?
There's no policy requirement to take that approach.
No. And of course, logically, if the green and food waste, that is waste that has to be dealt with, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. If you cannot put that through dry AD, some portion of it, because it is colloquially, it's too dry, it's what's called brash, then that's not a point, that is in no way a point against the proposer. They can't help the fact they can't put that through dry AD, can they?
No, they can't. They can't help the fact that it can't be put against dry AD. But there is still a separate. My point is there is still a separate facility within the site that relies upon fossil fuels, and insofar as I prescribe a beneficial weight to the low carbon / climate change issue, in my opinion, that tempers the weight.
Yeah.
It's not an entirely green site. That's not what it is. There is still a reliance upon fossil fuels. And whilst I provide a benefit, and I would add it's not a minor benefit, I do provide moderate beneficial weight to it. That's had regard to the fact that the site is, at least in part, I say a significant part, still reliant on fossil fuels.
Yeah. So if you're so for you, it really doesn't matter how many greenhouse gas emissions you save, if you're still to some extent relying on fossil fuels, you don't get above a moderate weight benefit from it.
In this particular case, that's the conclusion I've come to.
There's no suggestion or evidence from the council at all, is there, that the appellant could be doing something more to move to move away from fossil fuel reliance.
The council haven't given any direction of that, though.
No. And there's no, I presume that there's no dispute that regarding Mr. Othen's evidence that the energy balance of the site would be one where most of the site energy would not be from fossil fuels. That is not disputed, correct?
No, I mean, there isn't much dispute with Mr. Othen's evidence.
No.
I've simply said that caution needs to be applied to some of the figures, but obviously it's set out in the rebuttal that the council are broadly accepting of Mr. Othen's conclusions.
Yeah. So, and just to be really clear about this, I mean, let's put it as a hypothetical, but proceed in this way. That the council isn't suggesting that the appellant could be doing something more to achieve fossil fuel reductions. That's we've just agreed that, yeah. So the council's not suggesting that. And hypothetically, let's say that the inspector finds that these proposals are doing everything that realistically can be done to achieve fossil fuel reductions. Okay, hypothetically, let's say the inspector finds that, then surely logically the saving of this, what was your word, very large amount of greenhouse gas emissions will be given the highest weight.
Not necessarily. That's for the inspector as a planning decision maker to.
Sure. I'm asking you. Sorry, I'm asking you.
You asked a hypothetical question of what the inspector will do.
Yeah, but let's say these are the hypothetical building blocks. You're now exercising your planning judgment, sitting back from that.
Well, we know my planning judgment because I presented it in my
No,
there isn't another judgment for me to make.
I'm talking you through the building blocks in a hypothetical. Okay, hypothetical building blocks are everything. The proposers are doing everything they can to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and they're saving a very large amount. Exercising your planning judgment, surely you have to give that the highest weight on your scale.
I disagree.
Okay.
And
all right.
Given
fine.
it's a hypothetical question, that's as much as I'm prepared to answer it.
Fine. I'll move on. Obviously, the disagreements are as revealing as the agreements. Optimizing previously developed land and the waste hierarchy, please. Your 614 to 625. Now, there are a few overlap points from this section, Mr. Whitehouse, and your waste hierarchy section in terms of what you raise as counterbalancing factors against the benefit. And I just want to make sure I've correctly understood them. So we've got, as I say, 614 to 625, you deal with two topics: optimizing PDL and assisting in net waste self-sufficiency and the waste hierarchy, correct? Over all those paragraphs. And in terms of counterbalancing points or factors that you make, there is first what you say at 614, that the site's waste throughput wouldn't increase overall, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's one. There's then what you say at 615, that not all of the waste would be treated by dry AD, correct?
Yes.
That's two. And you repeat those points regarding the waste hierarchy at 6.21, correct?
I do, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And then and this is the third one. There's what you say at a run of paragraphs, which is 616 to 618, that the efficiency benefit, which is from the dry AD, would be achieved by a process that requires the generation of waste through incineration. And you refer to what the Committee on Climate Change recommended, which was a moratorium on additional energy from waste capacity. Yeah.
Yes, I may reference that.
And you reference it and about continued growth in the use of energy from waste plants, undermining efforts to reduce emissions within the waste sector. And you set out a quote at 618, which I'll read, that there needs to be major reform in the waste sector, and a more strategic whole systems approach is needed with greater emphasis on improving waste reduction and reducing domestic recycling in order to reduce reliance on energy from waste and prevent biodegradable waste from entering landfill. Yeah?
Yes.
And you say the report identifies that the continued growth in waste incineration processes is disincentivizing waste efficiency, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And then that counterbalancing factor is repeated for the waste hierarchy section at 6.22 and 6.24, correct?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So we see we've got these three counterbalancing. Now I'm going to deal with them in turn. So first of those is the point about the dry AD. Now, have you read? I'm sure you have, Mr. Cooper's proof and his rebuttal proof.
I have, yes.
Okay. Now, in his rebuttal proof, of course, he explains, doesn't he, why it is that there is a certain portion of the green and food waste that just is not suitable for anaerobic digestion, correct?
Yes.
And that what the appellant will be doing, and for very good reasons, because of course it wants to capture the biogas, will be putting all that it possibly can into the dry AD, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So your counterbalancing, now that you've got that, your counterbalancing factor about it not all going through the dry AD, well, it cannot be a counterbalancing factor, because there's nothing that anyone can do about the fact that there is this portion of green and food waste that cannot be put through dry AD.
I still think it's a counterbalance. Keep using the word counterbalance. I still think it's a counterbalancing factor.
You do? Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
because irrespective of whether you can or cannot account for the fact that some of the waste goes through dry AD and some of it can't, the element of it that can't is still significant. It's still reliant on fossil fuels. And that, in my opinion, that's a factor.
Sorry, I mean, the reliance on fossil fuels, let's not slip between the topics, okay? But you're maintaining it's a counterbalancing factor that there'll be the portion that won't go through dry AD.
Yes.
And I've got you maintaining that. As I say, the disagreements are as illuminating as the agreements. Throughput. Your point regarding the lack of an increase in throughput. Now, it's never been suggested by the county council, has it, that more throughput should be sought?
No.
No. And there's no suggestion from the county council that there's some other demand in terms of green and food waste that the site should be serving, is there?
No.
No. So how can this be a point that is a counterbalancing factor reducing the benefits?
Because the site's already serving a purpose in its current form. It's already serving a benefit with regard to waste management. And so whilst some of it will drive waste up the waste hierarchy by way of the dry AD process, the benefit that I prescribe to that is tempered by the fact that the site is already making a contribution towards waste.
I mean, you're not even making a case, as I understand it, that the site, I don't know, there's some area of the site that could be being used for more waste that isn't being in the site as it sits in the proposals, are you?
I've just set out my reasoning.
No, but you're not, are you? You're not saying, well, looking at the site as it will be with these proposals in place, you could do some more over here or something like that. That is not your case.
No, I think my case is that the site already makes a contribution towards waste management. that's already there.
Mm.
Insofar as some of that site is going to be reused to drive waste of the waste hierarchy, that should be prescribed a benefit, which I've prescribed it. But it is tempered by the fact that the site as a whole already contributes towards waste management within the borough, or within the county.
And then the third of your counterbalancing factors here in relation to optimizing PDL and assisting with net waste self-sufficiency and driving waste up the hierarchy, the point about what you describe as waste incineration. Now, Mr. Othen has explained in his rebuttal that the Committee for Climate Change recommendation is about general municipal energy from waste, correct?
Yes, but I disagree with that.
You disagree with that? Right, okay.
The referenced figures and points raised in the rebuttal fail to take in the chapter as a whole that I refer to. I refer to chapter 12 as a whole. And I mean, I don't know whether we want to go to it, but the consideration is energy from waste as a whole. That's the position it starts with, and the rebuttal evidence cherry-picked other elements later on throughout that chapter. But insofar as it applies to the proposal, and I refer to chapter 12 as a whole, it's clear at the earliest point of that chapter of that document that it refers to energy from waste as a whole. And as I mentioned yesterday, I consider, or maybe this morning, I think it was yesterday, I consider that the ERF is an energy from waste proposal, and therefore it is subject to those considerations.
Yeah. Okay, I'll take that out with Mr. Othen. But the second point Mr. Othen makes is that the government has not accepted the recommendation made for a moratorium.
No, they've read, but I think Mr. Othen's submission suggested that they categorically rejected it, which certainly isn't the case.
So I put the question you agree with me. I mean,
I did, but I think it's fair for me to qualify my response.
Yeah. Sorry.
So I haven't finished. Sorry, if I continue, the government's response doesn't explicitly support a moratorium position, for example, which is one of the recommendations, but it doesn't rule out that approach either. I think what Mr. Othen was referring to was a separate conversation raised within, as a separate point following quoting that point, was a position within which the minister discussed it within Parliament, but that sat outside of the government's original response to the report.
Yeah. Now, the reason that and this is you've quoted the nub deliberately in your proof. The reason that the Committee on Climate Change gave for recommending the moratorium that they did was what you summarize as disincentivizing waste efficiency, or what is summarized as disincentivizing waste efficiency, greater emphasis on improving waste reduction and reuse. This is your quotes again, yeah, in 618, and domestic recycling. I mean, note, of course, Mr. Whitehouse, domestic recycling, yeah, in order to reduce reliance on energy from waste and prevent biodegradable waste from entering landfill. Now,
just say on improving waste reduction and reuse and domestic recycling. It doesn't say due to.
No. I read the word. Yeah. Now, it is a fact, a hard fact, isn't it, that healthcare waste of the type proposed for this energy from waste facility, this energy recovery facility, cannot be recycled.
Yeah, I don't dispute that.
You don't dispute that. Now, the reason, respectfully, that is so important is, well, look, we've got the waste it can't be recycled. So you can't say that sorry, it can't be recycled. You can't put you've got to treat it before you put it in a landfill, haven't you?
Yes.
So and that's why, I mean, getting down to absolute fundamental principles, with a healthcare waste energy recovery facility, you're not disincentivizing recycling. You're not disincentivizing the people who are generating the healthcare waste from any relevant thing. The best and the only, sorry, not the best, but sorry, not the only, but the best thing you can do with it is recover energy from it. You see?
I think yes, I think, well, taking on board the NHS's own guidance that they've issued in terms of improving the efficiency of their own healthcare waste management, I think it's accepted that the best current approach to dealing with the healthcare waste that's generated is to, if possible, secure energy from it. But that doesn't go to the heart of the point that I'm raising, which is it is simply the conclusions of that report that the continued growth in waste incineration process disincentivizes waste efficiency, and that's just what the report says. So I'm not going to step away from what the report says, because that's what the report says, and that's why I raise it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested in drilling down into the logic
we refer to the term counterbalancing factor. In my opinion, it is a factor that the continued incineration of waste disincentivizes waste efficiency.
Yeah. And this, let's continue our logical exploration. It's accepted that the best thing one can do with this waste is recover energy from it. If we had a discussion, we've had a discussion, I'm not going to revisit the discussion, we've had a discussion about whether or not there's a current need for a capacity need for the hearth, and you recognise a future but not a current. Now, if the inspector finds, I emphasise if, I know you don't accept this, if the inspector finds there is a current capacity need for the hearth, then putting these things together, we would have a current capacity need for 12,000 tonnes of waste that it's best to deal with at the hearth. Okay, now put yourself in the position where you are considering those facts having been found. There can be no logical counterbalance in those circumstances, can there?
I disagree with that.
You disagree? Okay, all right. Right. I want to now deal with what's left of the waste hierarchy. As I say, we've already dealt with the hearth under that. And there's a biogas point that you make. Yeah. So go, we're in your sections, paragraph 620 to 625. You acknowledge some benefit under moving up the hierarchy, but you say 620 first. You say firstly there is a production of biogas available to the fleet of commercial vehicles on site, in principle reducing the need for fossil fuels. Yeah. And then,
sorry, are we at 620?
620.
Yeah.
We're at 620. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You need to go over the page.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're explaining, this is your thinking about where the benefit is. Yeah. You've said something about dry AD, and we've dealt with that, but there's a point about biogas you make. You say firstly, there's a production of biogas that which is to be fed into the national grid, biogas would be available to the fleet of commercial vehicles on site, in principle, reducing the need for fossil fuels in order to power the existing commercial vehicles. Okay. And then you say at 622, whilst the AD process produces biogas that can be fed into the national grid and is a renewable energy source, is generated as a byproduct of incineration of waste, which we discussed that. I'm not going to go over that again. But then you say at 633, 623, sorry, thank you, 623, you say, furthermore, it's not clear to me whether the generated biogas would be directly delivered to the site or will be directed to the grid or a combination of both. And as such, it's unclear to me whether the proposal offers any direct to source benefit and how much or little biogas would either be distributed to the grid or be used by the appellant's commercial fleet. Okay. Now, I just want to pause there. You are saying, as I understand it, it's not clear to you that biogas would actually be delivered direct to source, by which I think you mean the appellant's vehicles on the site.
Yeah, it's a term used when it comes to co-location. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. And then so that's the first point, and that's as it were the first point that's made in 6.23, and then there's a further point, isn't there, in the second part, the long sentence that begins the appellant's ability. You say the appellant's ability to use biogas for their fleet of vehicles is not predicated on the creation of biogas from the AD process. There is no restriction on them bringing such benefits to their commercial fleet without the benefit from any additional planning permission. So the point you're making there, as I understand it, is, well, the appellant could turn its fleet to biogas without these proposals. Is that the point you're making?
Yes, but just to clarify the first half of that paragraph, I think I clarified the evidence in chief yesterday.
Yeah.
That in what I consider to be a relatively unclear position throughout the application documents.
Yeah.
It was I took the presumption based upon the site layout plan, which included for the biogas station, that was the intention of the appellant. So irrespective of the what I consider to be an unclear position at the time, I nonetheless provided weight on the assumption that biogas will be brought to the fleet on balance of probability, is what I refer to it as. The obviously since that within the statement of the proof, it became clear that was the intention, because it followed through into both Mr. Cooper's and Mr. Othen's submissions as well.
Yeah. Well,
sorry, actually, he didn't follow through. He didn't follow through into Mr. Othen's submission, because actually, I think he provides the benefit is all going directly to the grid. But that's nonetheless.
First point, that the doubts that you raised, that the first of your counterbalancing factors in 6.23, the doubts about whether there be a direct to source benefit, they have been clarified, so that counterbalancing factor has been dealt with, correct?
And to be clear, as I said, I'd already accounted for that assumption.
Well, you say that, and I heard you say it in chief, and you've said it again now. Nowhere in your moving waste up the hierarchy section do you say that you'd assumed anything about biogas being used on site, do you?
It's not explicitly there, but as I said to you before, not everything I've concluded is explicitly presented within the proof. I had to take a position on it because there is an inconsistency within the application document. And so I drew the attention to the inconsistency, but I had to take a position on it. So I decided to, what I consider to be favourable towards the appellant, and draw the conclusion that that's what they're aiming to do.
Well, I know that's what you're saying, obviously, Mr. Whitehouse. But of course, what's said on the face of the proof is there's an uncertainty which you describe as one of your counterbalancing factors, and there's nothing about there's nothing but to the effect of but despite this uncertainty, I've assumed on-site use.
you keep referring to it as a counterbalancing point. It's a fact. It's a point that I've referenced.
Mm.
I don't know whether you'd explicitly refer to it as a counterbalance point in the same way that you would the others, but it's simply a point that I've raised because it's not absolutely clear within the submission, the intention. And whilst I haven't, I agree, whilst I haven't been explicit in my assumption on how it treats it in benefit, that works the other way as well.
Sorry,
My point is that I've also not been explicit in saying that is a counterbalancing point that works against the benefit that I've.
Well, look, I mean, I've just been reading as we all are, the inspector. You know, we read proof in a normal way, and what you do in this section, like many others, is when you start off by saying something about identifying, as it were, potential benefits or in principle benefits, but you then identify some factors which need to be considered in applying weight, go down the paragraphs, and you say furthermore. So it all very much reads as if this is a, you know, this is a factor that's going to affect the weight and be a factor that depresses the weight, isn't it?
I agree. It's a factor that affects the weight. That's what I've done.
Yeah.
But what I haven't done, what I've done is made clear that there is a lack of clarity on the issue. What I haven't done is said that insofar as there is a lack of clarity, I prescribe less weight to the issue. I've simply raised the fact that there is a lack of clarity.
Yeah, I mean, you've raised the factor that you say affects the weight, but then you say you've not affected the weight with the factor.
No, I've raised a factor that does affect the weight, but then I've taken a view onto how that impacts upon the weight. What I think what you're referring to is the fact that I haven't set out, in the absence of an understanding, I've assumed that the appellants will be delivering biogas on the site. But I also haven't said, in the absence of an understanding, I've assumed that biogas will not be delivered on the site for the fleet, and as such, I prescribe less weight to it.
Yeah, and the other factor in your 6.23, your point that, well, the appellant could turn the fleet to biofuel without getting biofuel from the site. Obviously you raised it as a factor. You've now seen Mr. Cooper's evidence and reflected on it and understood that clearly it's better, do you agree, to charge the vehicles with biogas from the site than have them go elsewhere, however far away elsewhere, and get biogas from elsewhere when they're coming to the site anyway?
I would agree that it's better to be delivered from the site, but again, it doesn't mean to say that biogas can't be delivered and used at the site in comparison to the use of fossil fuels.
Okay. All right. Well, that's that topic explored. Co-location now. Now, this is I mean, I just want to make sure I pick up all the references in your proof. In terms of what you say about the co-location integration that would be achieved, let's first start with your policy discussion section, which is 3.11. Sorry, section 3, but 3.11 is where you actually discuss this. And you've got a section in the benefits, which I'll come to, but all you say there, Mr. Whitehouse, is, and this is the last bit of the paragraph, the proposal, this is your description as well, the proposal seeks to bring forward a provision of co-location for waste management development on a site where waste management operations are already taking place. So it's quite brief and simple there, correct?
I think that's a concise description of what's being proposed.
And then we go in the benefits section to 6.29 to 6.30, please. And you've got here two further paragraphs about co-location and your consideration of the benefits. Okay. So a point came up in your examination in chief regarding your paragraph 6.29. So let's look at it together. Let's read it out. It's common ground that there are co-location benefits created by the proposal in accordance with policy for the co-location of the healthcare waste ERF on site and its use to power the dry AD process and the pellet fertilizer production is in principle a benefit of the proposal with regards to co-location. The appellant also concludes that the new proposed waste transfer and biomass storage buildings would, quote, enable the existing waste management process to be carried out more efficiently with less potential for environmental impacts such as noise, dust, or odor. Having regard to this ambition, I do not dispute such benefits. And then you go on to say, however, so this is a counterbalance, isn't it? However, I conclude that the weight attributed to these benefits are required to have regard to some of the factors previously identified, namely the proportion of waste given over to the co-locating processing benefit, which is that's your what isn't going to dry AD point again, isn't it?
Yes.
And then there's your throughput point into a circumstance where the waste intake is not increased on site, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, I think it's right. Please tell me if not, that I have fairly taken you to all the bits of your proof where you, and indeed your rebuttal, where you actually say anything about your understanding of the co-location benefits, correct?
Yes.
Yep. Let's please just turn to Mr. Cooper's rebuttal, table 1, which you were taking to. Just get that up if you wouldn't mind, please. Tell me when you have it. Page 8.
Yeah, table 1 interactions, I've got it, yes.
Yeah, you've got it, right. Now, it is, of course, it is a fact, as we see it on the page, on your page, as it were, on your 6.29 and 630 that we're looking at, that in what is said there in the words, only a small number of the co-location benefits that I think you acknowledged yesterday in chief, taken from Mr. Cooper's rebuttal table 1, are identified in your 6.29. Correct?
Sorry, yes,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah,
It says that there is specifically smaller number, yes, referred to.
Yeah, I mean, it is essentially 2 or 3. It's you here you identify in your text co-location of the HERF to power the dry AD and the pellet fertilizer, and making the proposed waste transfer station and biomass more efficient. Yeah.
To be clear, I tried to summarize the co-location benefits as described by the appellant's planning witness in the statement of case, and also as referred to by the officer's report. But I tried to treat them in a concise manner.
Yeah. Now, your position in chief, as I understood it, was that I think what the exercise Mr. Grant did with you was that, well, if you follow a route through the statement of common ground to the officer report, all the co-location benefits are materially covered.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, if we though look at 630 and what you're doing there with the counterbalance, you are first of all, and we've discussed this already, you're reducing the weight because not all, as it appears to be what you're saying anyway, not all of the waste is given over to the, quote, co-locating processing benefit. You see that?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, in terms of just making sense of this, what you are, seems to me, quite clearly conveying here is that your understanding of the co-locating processing benefit is this, it's taking us back to what you've said in your paragraph 629 above, isn't it?
Well, as I've just said,
Yeah.
629 is a summary of what I consider to be the predominant co-location benefits. But
Yeah.
as discussed in examination in chief, of course, we have an understanding of the co-location
Mm,
benefits of the scheme in common ground between the council and the appellants.
yeah,
And that makes specific reference to the officer's report.
Yeah.
So having regard to that, and I'd mentioned the fact
mm,
if there's common ground
mm,
in paragraph 6.29, my point is that the common ground that we've agreed in terms of those benefits has been accounted for in my assessment of weight.
Yeah. Now, as a matter of principle, before we get to the actual particular facts of this case, as a matter of principle, if a site is doing all the integration it realistically can, given the types of wastes it's receiving, it can't logically be right to reduce the weight if there isn't complete integration. Do you accept that?
No.
You don't. Okay. Right. So that's your position on the principle. Right. Okay. Now, as a matter of fact, and can I be clear? I think I got this clearly from your evidence in chief yesterday, but you accept the Cooper rebuttal table 1.
I accept that it's
Yeah.
a working understanding
Yeah.
of the more intricate interactions
Yeah.
of the benefits of the pros by someone who works on site.
Yeah. Now, the overarching question here, but let's dive into it. But the overarching question is, actually looking at this and understanding it, there is no waste stream that isn't integrated by these proposals with at least one other, is there?
So there are some references to some interaction with, for example, the windrows and the in-vessel facilities. But in having regard to them and taking into consideration the common ground position on the predominant co-location benefits of the proposal, I conclude that irrespective of that table, there is still a significant proportion of the site that isn't subject to significant co-location benefit.
Okay. Well, yeah, okay. I'm going to explore that with you. Now, the just dealing with the different waste streams, the healthcare waste stream. Yeah, so that's one waste stream that provides heat for other waste streams, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So there's that. Then the wet, my term, the wet food and green waste that's going to that waste stream that goes to the dry AD, okay? That gets the heat, its heat from, or most of its heat from the healthcare waste, yeah?
Yes.
So there's the integration between those two waste streams, and it gets feedstock / materials from the brashy dryer in-vessel composting and windrows waste stream, correct?
Yes, some of it, yes.
Yeah, and it gets feedstock from the waste transfer station waste stream, correct?
Yes.
And obviously, turn it the other way around. The brashy waste stream that's still going through in-vessel composting and windrows that provides feedstock and materials to the dry AD. Yeah.
Some, yeah.
Some, yeah. And then the biomass, that gets wood from the waste transfer station waste stream coming into that.
Yes.
Yeah. And the waste transfer waste stream, that also feeds into the dry AD and the pellet fertilizer, correct?
Yes.
Now, have I missed a waste stream?
No.
That you're aware of?
No, my point is that the proportion of co-locating processes or benefits that is given over to the green and food waste that goes to in-vessel and open windrow composting is substantially lower then the interaction of co-location of the food and green waste that goes through the dry AD process.
But there's no, it's no case that the county council are making, or even that you're making as an entirely standalone individual basis, as it were, that that more could or should be doing to integrate the different waste streams.
But there's a difference between being able to do more and whether that is an entirely substantial benefit that should be given to the site because it can't do more. That's a separate point.
Okay. And I mean, I think we're going to hit up a similar obstacle, aren't you? Your position, let's say in the hypothetical that the inspector finds that with these proposals, the site is doing all that it realistically can to integrate the waste streams. And then you have to make a decision based on, as it were, that finding. You are still going to say, well, I'm going to reduce the weight because there's not a complete integration or something like that.
You might be doing all they practically can, but it doesn't mean to say that it's a perfect co-location system for a site. I mean, in this hypothetical situation.
Okay, all right. Got your answers. I'll move on to the next topic. I mean, just before I do you accept that is actually it's not possible to conceive of a better example of co-location at a waste site than what's being proposed here?
I have no other examples before me, so I can't compare.
Right. I think biodiversity net gain. I don't think now. Despite I know there is a difference between your and Mr. Bashford's weightings, but I think, as I understand it, your evidence now is if the biodiversity net gain proposals, which are bound up in the landscaping proposals, if they are secured by suitable condition, then your weight goes up to moderate, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. So I don't need to take any time on that with you. Jobs and supporting the rural economy, again, another, albeit relatively rare example of where, despite your slightly different scales, you and Mr. Bashford are there or thereabouts on your weight.
It's nice to agree where we can.
Well, gosh, what a refreshing change. Right, so I'll move on to next one. Now, can I check the pellets that will be produced? Have you still got Mr. Cooper's rebuttal open? Could you turn to section 2.8 in that, please, and just remind yourself if you need to. But the point Mr. Cooper's making is...
Sorry, one moment.
Sorry, it's page 4.
2.8, yeah.
Yeah. Point Mr. Cooper's making, of course, is that there are various... We've dealt with the carbon benefits of the pellet fertilizer, of course, are one thing, and Mr. Oathen has explained those, and we've dealt with that in the climate change benefit discussion. But there are other benefits that Mr. Cooper sets out here. You don't dispute those, do you?
No.
No, fine. So we can add those to the ones that you've already considered in writing it in your chief, correct?
Yes. What I would say is the fact that, again, it needs to be tempered in the fact that the site currently provides for a fertilizer. And whilst I can appreciate the benefits between the two, which I conclude is a benefit.
Yeah. Okay.
The site does provide for a fertilizer already. There is a similar balancing point to be had there.
Yeah. What weight you're going to give this benefit? Moderate?
Well,
sorry. What weight will you give this benefit?
Probably moderate.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we laugh, but there's a rationale behind my approach.
Yeah.
It is in the same circumstance, there is a fertilizer product created by the site. That's the baseline, in my opinion. The proposal brings forward an alternative product which has benefits by comparison to the fertilizer, so there is a benefit there. And I would suggest that having regards to those factors, it's a moderate benefit.
Okay. Next one. Plumes. Reduction in plumes. I take it there's no dispute with the evidence from Mr. Cooper that the proposals would reduce the steam plumes from the windrows. That's not dispute. So whether it's a benefit, would you agree with this analysis? It really depends on what the inspector finds as to whether or not they are, as it were, in keeping or whatever it is, feature of the landscape here or something else.
Whether the plumes are in
whether a reduction in the frequency of those plumes, whether that is a benefit, depends on what the inspector finds about those plumes. As we discussed with Mr. Reynolds yesterday, those plumes, whether or not they are consistent or inconsistent or whatever it is in terms of the character and so on.
Yes, I consider it to be a landscape issue.
Yeah,
Mr. Reynolds considered it to be a neutral factor. That's my position on it.
Yeah, and you're considering it neutral on the basis of Mr. Reynolds' evidence.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, fine. Thank you. And I think in terms of other benefits, reduction in odor, noise, you accept the benefits, correct?
Yes, I consider them within the efficiencies of the site.
Yeah, they're in the efficiencies. Now, one that you hadn't considered, and I don't think you sensibly necessarily would have noted this or realised it. Mr. Cooper explains it: a reduced call on the potable water grid, which he explains, and you, I presume, accept what he says about it in terms of his explanation.
Yes, it wasn't a new point that Mr. Cooper raised. It was raised within the original submission.
Yeah. Okay.
I prescribe it neutral weight.
You give that neutral weight, do you?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, it's helpful to know where you stand on that. Right. Great. We've got two. I think two actually quite short topics to go, and then we're done. So, I might run over 1 PM. Would that be all right if we can just get it done?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Great. I'm grateful. I want Mr. Whitehouse to do a bit of a it's not quite a stand back because the inspector's going to do that, but I want to now think about the council's case about the case the council's making about landscape and visual harm in a context, and I want to see if we can agree on some contextual bits. Do we agree that if you want to realise the energy benefits of using the healthcare waste, you need a chimney? You need a chimney like the chimney in these proposals.
Can you repeat the question? Apologies.
Yeah, if you want to recover the energy from the healthcare waste, and we've discussed the benefit of doing that. If you want to recover that energy, you need a chimney like the chimney in these proposals.
If you want to recover it in the same way that this proposal seeks to make use of it, then you would need a chimney.
Right. Let's just make sure. It's agreed. We discussed this. The best way to deal with this healthcare waste is by combusting it and recovering the energy from it. Correct?
Yes, I agree with that. Yes.
So it's not just a question of the way, quotes, this proposal process to deal with it. If you want to deal with the healthcare waste in the best way, you need a chimney like the one in these proposals.
Yeah, apologies. Yeah,
that's right. That's fine. Okay, good. Right, so you agree. If you want to maximize the benefit of the heat you recovered, you need an on-site recipient, don't you?
Yes,
Yeah, I mean, I know you're not an engineer expert, and of course, I'm not giving evidence, but there are certain things we could probably just about agree as a matter of common sense. You don't want to lose the heat benefit by, trying to transport it because heat gets lost, basically.
yes,
Yeah.
There are co-location
Yeah.
or efficiencies in energy being used within the area that's generated
on site, exactly, and which we have here in the form of the dry ID and the dry ID digestate pellet fertilizer processes. Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. And we discussed and we agreed this is one of the few sites in the area large enough to realise the benefits of co-location, and we've got that as an agreed point.
It's in common ground.
Yeah, common ground. And the council has not suggested some other way to achieve the benefits. Again, has it?
No, albeit I would say I don't think it's for the council to identify that.
No suggestion of some other way, or indeed some other site. Correct.
No, again.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. Context. Glad we agree on those points. Right. Final point. Last. Perception of harm. And I hope we can be very, very brief on this. Officers obviously dealt with it in their very detailed report. They regarded this factor as a neutral one, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. As with Mr. Bashforth, correct?
Yes.
But you say it's a factor that should be given limited weight, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And limited, of course, it's the lowest rung of your scale that is any weight.
Yes.
Correct? Yeah. Can we short circuit, I wonder? You are not saying, are you, that if the inspector finds that reason for refusal one of itself, or indeed the landscape visual issue that is the main issue, is if the inspector finds that is insufficient to justify refusal of these appeal proposals, you're not saying, are you, that this factor to which you give limited weight would somehow tip the scales, so on an in combination basis refusal should follow?
No.
No, thank you. Can I check? I want to check a point with you. You mentioned Mr. Bluff in your chief. I recall
Yes.
that. Oh, sorry. You were asked about Mr. Bluff in your chief. He spoke on day one. I can't remember if it was morning or afternoon. It might have been afternoon by the time he spoke, but he spoke on day one. And I think it was put to you in chief that he referred to some correspondence. Yeah. And I want to check that you've seen what we have seen, which is a letter from the Egg Council.
Yeah, I've seen nothing else that was referred to.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. Now, I mean, look, in terms of how you approached the issue in your proof, obviously I heard what you said in chief. It is, I think, let me just check. It's not disputed by you, and obviously you're not a lawyer, and the inspector will reach you, but it's not disputed by you, I think, that the correct test to be applied is the one in Smith and Secretary of State.
I agree with that.
Yeah. Okay. Which you don't mention in your proof, do you?
No, I've referred to appeal decisions instead as a planning witness. In an inquiry, I felt that if there is reference to appeal decisions that are pertinent, that I should refer to those instead.
Yeah. It is fair to say you also do not, as it were, set out the test or paraphrase it in your proof, do you?
No. I am aware of the Smith case,
Okay.
but I don't refer to it. As I said, I refer to the appeal decisions.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, look, I mean, obviously, I know you're not going to change your mind about your approach to the factor and the weight you give it. There is a disagreement between you and Mr. Bashfield, and we disagree, but I'm going to leave that there. There's one point I need to pick up, though, I think under this heading, and it concerns para 193 of the MPPF, because let's just remind ourselves. And you remember you said something about that in your proof, and you gave some evidence on it in chief.
Yes.
Let's turn the paragraph up, please. So we've got it in front of us. So as I understood it, you said, because you referred to 193, but you said you're not, you weren't running an agent of change point, that you were only, as it were, relying on the first two sentences, and your position was, I think, that that they went to the perception issue. Have I got your position correct?
Yeah, it's how I set it out in 5.2 of my proof.
Okay, all right. Now, paragraph 193, planning policies and decisions should ensure that new development can be integrated effectively with existing businesses and community facilities, such as places of worship, pubs, music venues, and sports clubs. Existing businesses and facilities should not have unreasonable restrictions placed on them as a result of development permitted after they were established, where the operation of an existing business or community facility could have a significant adverse effect on new development, including change of use in its vicinity. The applicant or agent of change should be required to provide suitable mitigation before the development has been completed. Now, I'm not, for myself, really following how the second sentence isn't about agent of change, Mr. Whitehouse.
Sorry, that's not what I said.
Sorry, go on.
So I said that in my opinion,
Yeah.
the first two sentences can be separated from the third.
Yeah.
The first
okay.
two sentences provide a requirement by the framework to ensure that new development should be integrated effectively with existing business and community facilities. The second sentence says, again, another expectation: existing business and facilities should not have unreasonable restrictions placed upon them as a result of the development after they were established. The third sentence is one that I think then becomes the agent of change requirement, because it provides an instruction. The third sentence. The third sentence says, where the operation of an existing business or community facility should have a significant adverse effect on new development in its vicinity, the applicant should be required to provide, etc., a suitable mitigation measure. And my point was that it's not, I don't think it's an agent of change position in making reference to the first two sentences of 193 with regard to perception, because it's only the third sentence where it requires action against actual harm that applies to agents of change. The first two sentences can be read separate to that.
Okay. All right. Okay. I mean, obviously, you're not. Neither you individually nor the county council are raising a case against the proposal on the basis of paragraph 193 of the framework.
We're not raising a point based on agents of change against 193. I have made reference to the fact I consider that paragraph 193 can be referred to with regard to perceived impact.
Okay. I mean, look, I think we're just going to have to disagree about it, but it's such a small point that I'm not going to take up further time with you, Mr. Whitehouse. Thank you very much. Could I just turn my head, please, sir, for one moment? Mr. Whitehouse, thank you very much. Those are my questions for you.
Thank you, Mr. Burton.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Burton. I think that's a good time to adjourn unless you want to suggest anything.
I don't have a lot of re-examination. I'm conscious Mr. Whitehouse has been going a long time, but I'm content to continue if he is and if you are.
Do you have a rough sort of idea of time?
Well, I was worried you might ask me that. I would hope not more than about 10 minutes.
I'm happy to proceed then, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's sensible.
I'm not reminded of that in 10 minutes,
yeah.
but I'll do my best.
Okay, okay.
Mr. Whitehouse, almost there. Can we go back to the beginning, as it were, and the cross-examination that started yesterday afternoon? And you were asked some questions about your familiarity and experience in Cambridgeshire. Do you remember those questions? A couple of questions arising out of that. First of all, does the level or extent of your previous dealings with Cambridgeshire or Cambridgeshire sites, what do you say about whether that affects your ability to understand the relevant policies?
It doesn't.
What do you say about whether or not it understands your ability to understand the harm alleged by the council?
It doesn't.
To what extent does it affect your ability to understand the benefits or to carry out the planning balance?
It doesn't.
Next, please. You were asked this morning some questions about policy 4. There's a couple of questions about that, please. So far as policy 4 is concerned, where it refers to development plan policies, is that a reference, as you read it, to just the waste and minerals plan policies or the local plan as well?
It's just the waste and minerals plan.
Now, have a look. Right, take up the policy.
Oh,
Can you take up the policy?
sorry, I answered without having the policy in front of me.
Right, so can you turn, please, to the paragraph that you had lots of questions about, proposals for co-location? Well, sir, it's not the appellant's case, is it, that the wider policies of the development plan, capital D, capital P, refer just to the minerals and waste plan?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
I mean, honestly.
we need to be conscious it's not re-examination as a point, but yeah, do you want to continue? I think Mr. Whitehouse wanted to reaffirm his position.
Yeah, just to be clear, I spoke out just to be clear. I didn't have the policy in front of me, and I've been going for an hour and a half. It is important that I do reread it again. No, it's capital D, capital P. It's development plan. It's as it applies as a whole, and everything that is encompasses in the development plan. So that's the minerals and waste local plan and the Huntington local plan policies as they apply.
Thank you. And where this refers to the benefits, you confirmed your position in cross-examination. That's benefits of the proposal as a whole. And so far as the benefits, is that a matter that let's talk about your proof of evidence? Is that a matter that you considered within your proof of evidence?
Yes.
Yeah. And where it refers to the harm, again, is that a matter that you set out within your proof of evidence?
Yes.
And in cross-examination, you made the point that it's a supported by policy, not a conflicting policy. Do you remember that
Yes.
that answer you gave? And in light of that, when you as a planning witness are considering policies which are breached or conflicted, what do you say about whether or not in that exercise policy 4 comes into the equation from your point of view, bearing in mind you say it's a supported by policy rather than a conflicting policy?
It's not a policy that, or it's not that particular part of the policy doesn't require a demonstration of conflict or non-conflict. It's simply a support or not support policy.
All right. And then can you go forward, please, to policy 17?
Sorry, 1 moment. Okay.
And you were asked some questions about F. Let's start with that, please, and particularly the word appropriate. See that?
Yes.
Now, following on from the questions you were asked, it was put to you about whether the proposal is appropriate in waste management terms. Do you remember?
Yes.
And you agreed with that. What do you say as to whether or not policy 17F should be read as if to incorporate the words in waste management terms after the word appropriate?
Oh, well, it shouldn't, because it's not there.
Yeah. And if the inspector were to find that for the purposes of F, the proposal amounted to an appropriate innovation or change, what do you say as to whether or not that negates or therefore overrides the first limb of F?
In my opinion, it doesn't.
You were asked some questions about the word sympathetic in F, and I just want to ask you this. If the inspector were to find that the proposal was harmful in terms of visual impact and character, if he were to find it was harmful, is that consistent or inconsistent with being sympathetic to local character?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
Yes, supposing the inspector were to conclude that the proposal was harmful in terms of visual impact and landscape, is that consistent or inconsistent with being sympathetic to local character?
Oh, it's inconsistent.
Next, please. You were asked about the landscaping enhancement scheme as a benefit. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
And I'm paraphrasing, I hope accurately. I think you were saying that you treated that as being wrapped up in the landscape and visual impact assessment, and what was put to you was that Mr. Reynolds had said he hadn't incorporated that into his assessment. Do you remember
Yes.
that series of questions? If that were to be treated as a positive benefit on a standalone basis in the planning balance, are you able to say whether it would materially alter your conclusions in respect of either policy conflict or planning balance?
Well, it wouldn't.
Next, please. You were taken through an exercise with my learned friend, which was a sort of ticking exercise of policies and limbs of policies that weren't conflicted. To use an expression used by my learned friend, and I don't criticise it at all, what do you say as to whether or not, when the inspector is considering the scheme against the development plan as a whole, whether it's a numbers game?
It's certainly not a numbers game.
You asked questions about the counterbalancing factor being the presently undetermined scheme and the extent to which that would generate carbon efficiencies and etc. Climate efficiencies. A question about that. I mean, firstly, had you ever suggested in your evidence, or is it your position, that the alternative proposal would achieve those efficiencies or savings to the same extent as this proposal?
No.
And if it had been the position that it was going to produce similar results in those terms, I mean, what would that have then done to your weightings, if anything?
Well, nothing, because it's a materially different case.
Well,
I'd have to give consideration to the fact that you would be able to there is another case available, or there is another case that pursued by the appellant that would be able to generate the same or similar levels of climate change benefit without a chimney.
Yeah, and would that be material or immaterial?
I think it would be a material consideration given the fact that that application is currently before the council.
Yeah, and where you're considering your counterbalancing factors in the weighing scales, and you're taken through those, where you've reached your conclusions of moderate weight in respect of what let's call them the environmental, various environmental benefits. Is your conclusion in respect of each of those weightings of moderate, is that as a result of each counterbalancing factor in isolation producing the result moderate, or is it as a result of the cumulative effect of the various factors that you've identified?
It's the cumulative effects of the various factors.
You were you were asked questions about healthcare wastes specifically, and this was in the context of efficiencies and that recycling isn't possible and so on. Do you remember those questions? As you understand the position, does that mean, or doesn't it mean, that in terms of healthcare waste, improving efficiencies in terms of the generation of waste is something that isn't possible?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah. When you're talking about healthcare waste, as you understand the position, so far as generating that waste is concerned, are efficiencies possible or not possible as you understand it to be? You referred to the NHS guide.
Yeah, they are possible. Yeah.
You were asked about the call on the water grid. Do you remember as whether that's a benefit, and you referred to it as being neutral? And I'm not asking you to do this in more than a sentence. Why do you reach the conclusion that that is a neutral factor in the planning balance?
Because I don't think it's an issue in relation to the scheme. It is a substantial or significant factor associated with the proposal. And insofar as it doesn't offer any degree of what I consider material benefit to the proposal, it should be prescribed neutral weight.
All right. So there's all my questions.
Okay, thank you. If we could adjourn then, please, for... I don't have any further questions of the witness, just confirming that. If we could adjourn for an hour, please, and then reconvene at 2:17.
So could I just check,
Yeah.
out of an excess of caution, what one point, I'm conscious that when the previous witness finished,
Yes.
the public made some comments, and I want to make sure that we're being consistent in our practice, basically. The second is a question of you, if I might ask. As you know, I get to call Mr. Cooper next, first one of my witnesses, to essentially explain things, which obviously we haven't really done yet. Have you been able to watch the videos he attaches to his rebuttal, or will you be able to watch them? I'd rather not have to show them, but we can if need be.
I'll be able to watch them away from the inquiry.
Fine.
You weren't thinking of wanting to show them in the room, were you?
I was only thinking of doing that as a complete last resort. If you told me I've not been able to open them, Mr. Burton, I'm having trouble, and I can't.
Right.
I haven't been able to watch them, and I won't be able to watch them. If you will watch them outside the inquiry,
Yes.
that's perfect.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to raise? No. Okay. So we'll adjourn then for an hour. Thank you. Okay, the inquiry is resumed. I'm going to invite Mr. Burton to introduce his next witness.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, well, my first witness is Mr. Cooper. There's a very short, before I start, a very short list of documents, I hope anyway, that we'll need. Other than Mr. Cooper's proof and rebuttal, sir, it should, of course, and his appendices, it should just be the existing site plan and the proposed site plan. So that CD 1.1.7 and 1.1.8. Very good. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Cooper.
Good afternoon.
Right. Can I begin by introducing you to the inquiry, and we'll go from there. You're James Cooper, and is it correct that your qualifications are a Bachelor of Science degree in Environmental Science from Lancaster University, and that you are I think you're an applicant to IEMA, the Institute of Environmental Management and Assessment, for full membership and chartered environmentalist status. Is that all correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you. And you have some certificates of technical competence, is this right, from the Waste Management Industry Training and Advisory Board in hazardous waste treatment, transfer and composting, and some other qualifications that you set out in 1.6 of your proof of evidence. Is that right?
Yep, that is correct. I'm currently undertaking the CIPD in environmental law.
Sorry, say that again.
Sorry, I'm currently undertaking the CIPD in environmental law as well at the moment.
Oh, okay, right. I see that referred to there. So right, so you're undertaking that. Okay, right. You haven't got it yet.
Not yet.
All right. Okay. Thank you. And in terms of your position, you are the head of compliance at Envar Limited. Is it Envar Limited or Envar Composting Limited?
It's Envar Composting Limited.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. And you tell us that you lead the Envar compliance team, and you tell us a bit about that, and that you've been at Envar since for 3 years as of last month. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you say you've at 1.2 in your proof, you say you've led the dry AD project throughout this time. What do you mean by that, please?
So that is this project that we are here talking about today.
Right. Okay. These appeal proposals, right? And then before that, you had I think by the looks of it, some 20 years before Envar or thereabouts in the waste industry at various places. Is that correct?
About 10 years. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think you give us the details of your 1.5 of your proof. Correct. Good. Okay. Now you have in terms of your role at this appeal, why don't you read out 1.3 in your proof and indeed 1.4?
No problem. I shall just pull up my proof.
Mr. Cooper, would you like a hard copy of your proof?
No, I have a hard copy, so
All
I
right.
just
Okay.
find it
Fine.
easier to do it like that.
Fine. Okay. Right. So read those paragraphs out, please. 1.3 and 1.4 of your proof.
So my role in this
Yeah.
appeal is to provide factual information and context to the inspector. This is regarding the current operation, the proposed operation, the reasoning for the change, Envar's policies and procedures, and the general nature of Envar as a business. And moving on to
Yes, please. Yep.
1.4. By virtue of my employment, I can't be considered to be independent. But I do myself understand the requirements of presenting evidence here today in this inquiry, and my evidence does, in fact, comprise my true professional opinion.
Right, thank you for that. Now, you've prepared a proof and rebuttal. We've just been looking at your proof, both with appendices. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is there anything that you need to correct about either of those documents or alter about either of those documents at this time?
Not at this time, no.
Thank you. And obviously, I've noted the adjustment you made to paragraph 6 regarding your in progress CIPD qualification. Okay. Is this your first time giving evidence?
Indeed, it is.
Right. Okay. Now, the way it works is that, as you've heard, because you've been sat here at this inquiry, I know the first part of your evidence in chief is what's in writing in your proof and your rebuttal. Okay. But then there's a second part, which is what you say orally in response to my questions. Okay. And then after that, Mr. Grant may have some questions for you and the inspector may have some questions for you. Okay. So you don't need to repeat anything that's in your proof or rebuttal. The inspector's read them all already. Okay. Now, what I want to do with you is focus on three areas, three topics. And the reason I'm doing this, Mr. Cooper, is because although we've had quite a lot of evidence already at this inquiry, we haven't had anyone, of course, actually explain to the inspector, firstly, what the current site processes are and how they work. That's the first one. Secondly, the proposed changes to those processes through the proposals and how the site will work with the proposals in place, including interactions. And thirdly, why the appellant is seeking to do this. Okay, so that is what I'm going to be asking you to do. Okay. Now, in terms of how best to do this, my suggestion is you use the existing site plan, which is CD 1.1.7, and the proposed site plan, which is CD 1.1.8, and your proof appendix 6 flowchart. Do you have all of those things available to you?
Yeah, I do.
Right. Okay. Please make sure you know what it is you're looking at when you call up, or rather when you are looking at a particular document. So, first area, current site operations and how they work. Okay. This is something you tell us about in your proof, I believe, at section 4, which starts at page 14. Correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So could you please use use the visual aids, and you know that the inspector is looking at his plans as you are speaking to them, as it were. Use the visual aids and please talk us through. If you're ready to do that, Mr. Cooper.
Yeah, absolutely. Just before I do, to give you a little and everyone here a little bit of context, I might just describe a little bit of the history of the site.
Okay. Yeah.
So the site has been in existence as a composting facility since 1965, when it was started by the Hemsby family. The site since the 60s has been using tunnel systems to produce composts. Back then it was mushroom composts, and that continued throughout the 60s and the 70s, with more tunnels being added until the point in the mid 1980s, when more advanced tunnel systems were being used and more advanced systems were being used on site, and mushroom compost was being exported from the site as far away as Malta. The site continued to be improved upon, and the tunnels systems advanced. In the 2000s, the early thousands, the site was acquired by ADAS, which was the Agricultural Advisory Service. And at that point, the first waste materials were, the site's always run on byproducts, but the first actual waste materials were processed at the site. and the tunnel system was used for that. And then throughout the remaining, the next few decades, the site was invested in by DEFRA. 30 million pounds was spent on site for what's known as the New Technology Demonstration Project, which is where DEFRA helped fund the building and the design and the research that went into the building of our new, at that time, the new composting tunnels. And the whole report was written on that. And those IVC tunnels continue to be used to this day. And since then, Envar purchased the site in 2016, and we've continued to invest in and upgrade the site from then to bring it to where it is now. Just moving on.
Okay, right. Well, that's a bit of history. Thank you for that. That's helpful. But what about where we are now, the current processes? I mean, look, why don't you pretend you're a vehicle coming to the site, use the existing site plan,
Yep,
and talk us through and keep telling us where you are on the site plan.
okay. So if we look at CD 1.1.7,
Yeah.
which is the current site plan.
Yeah.
And imagine that I'm in a vehicle and I'm moving northeast, sorry, up the road.
Right. Are you starting at the crossroads?
I'm starting at
Yeah,
the crossroads,
all right.
indeed.
Okay.
First of all, I pass entrance C3
Yeah.
and pass some of our supportive function buildings there, such as our workshop, and I pull into entrance E1.
E1, right.
E1,
okay.
indeed.
Yeah. Okay.
Once I've pulled into entrance E1,
Yeah.
I bring my material up onto the weighbridges, which are marked there as number 16 and number 18, with number 17 being the weighbridge cabin,
Yes.
which is in the centre.
I see.
I
see that, and it says 15 is HGV access.
Yeah, indeed, yeah.
Yeah. Is that where you've come, as it were?
That is where you would where you drive
yeah.
up onto.
Okay. Yeah.
So this is the point at which all waste acceptance on the site starts.
Yeah.
Through this entrance and on these weighbridges here.
Yeah.
The site accepts a number of types of waste and a number of types of byproducts. I think it's possibly best if I explain these per process.
Okay.
On the site. So if we start off with the material that goes into the reception sheds, they're marked as number 14 on the plan.
Yeah. So that says food waste transfer. Or number 40. Is that right?
No, that's actually known as reception.
Okay.
So,
All right.
or was category 3 reception.
Okay. Reception. Okay. Yeah.
That'll be a typo.
Yeah. Okay.
So here at number 14, we have large building, 3 bays for triple access at once. So HGVs will reverse into one of these 3 bays, depending on the sequence in which they're tipping. 3 bays are concrete lines. They'll be reversed in via a banksman. Banksman will open the lorry's doors with the help of the driver, and the waste will walk itself out.
Yeah.
At this point, this is where we do our checks which are required to make sure that the waste is as it says it is, and it doesn't have any contrary items in it which we shouldn't be taking or can't process.
Yeah.
So the waste at this point is it's what we call category 3, green and food waste, that comes into this area.
Okay.
So to make that clear what that is for people, that is your curbside collected. So if your green bin, if you live in Cambridgeshire or indeed anywhere else, it's sometimes brown, you will take your garden clippings, so leaves, offcuts of flowers, trimmings from a hedge, grass cuttings, and you will put those into the bin with your kitchen food waste, which may or may not be in a liner. You'll pop that in there and it's collected all together. It's then bulked up to transfer station and brought into us. There is some larger pieces of wood and stick in there, but it's mainly smaller, more putrescible material.
Yep.
In addition to this, sometimes we will bring green waste. And we would call this CA site green waste or skip green waste into that building. Green waste, in this instance, we are talking about waste from CA sites, so household waste sites.
So CA, sorry,
Civic
site?
amenity.
Civic, right, okay, right, yep. Yep,
That material tends to be more brashy, so it will have larger sticks, logs, more robust pieces within it as compared to category 3 waste.
okay,
So moving through that waste is then shred to sub 400 millimeters using a diesel powered slow speed shredder. The shredder will shred about 100 tons an hour of material. And that's all done inside the shed using a diesel loading shovel and a diesel shredder. The waste is then batched, so we put it into amounts to batch it ready for tunnel processing, and it's brought down what we call in-house the link building, which is the link buildings you can see on the plan between 14 and 10.
yes, what, the long thin thing?
The long thin
Yeah.
thing, yeah.
Yeah.
And then we have our tunnel system.
Yeah.
So the tunnel system, as I said, it's done in batches. We have 5 large tunnels, 4 small tunnels.
Yeah.
Small tunnels.
Okay, yeah.
Small tunnels contain 200 tons each, large tunnels 500 tons each.
Yep.
We open the doors, we load the tunnels with the respective amount of material, and we close them back up. The only thing that happens within those composting tunnels is air is forcibly blown from the below the material through the waste and up, and is removed from the top of the tunnel for either recirculation or treatment for odor abatement. And water is added to the composting waste in order to maintain the best environment for the bacteria to work on that waste. The power supplied for those tunnels to move those vast quantities of air that you have to move to maintain the temperature within the tunnels is all provided by electricity. Which is brought in from the national grid.
Yeah.
There is no, just to make it really clear, there's no external heat added. The heat is 100% biologically produced.
Yeah.
Moving on from the composting tunnels,
Sorry, you've made a point there about the national grid, and then you said there's no heat added.
indeed,
So the national grid connection is for what? To
The air systems, he said.
okay.
the national grid provides the power for the motors.
Yeah, but that, and so I've written down the power supplied for those air systems. Are we getting that correct? It's the circulating air systems you were describing?
Indeed.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
The waste is then, once it's met its time temperature requirements, so it has to be at a certain temperature for a certain time, in order for sanitization to occur, the material, or the waste material, is then brought outside to number 11, which is our composting pad.
Yeah.
And it's at this point where we lay it out into long, they're known in the industry as windrows. They're about 240 meters long by roughly 8 to 9 meters wide and 3 meters high. We can hold up to 30,000 ton on the pad at any one time. And this is what a lot of people will see. And as I'm sure you will have, or you will see in the videos, this is the point where the material continues to break down, loses a lot of water to evaporation, for every ton of material we bring in, we lose about 40% of that mass in evaporation to the atmosphere. So as you can imagine, that's quite a lot of moisture lost over the composting period. And we have a turning machine, a bespoke turning machine. It straddles the windrow, large spinning rotor through the center, and that then travels up and down the site. And the purpose of that is to aerate that material and to allow air to get through it.
I noticed that there's a machine on the front of your proof and your rebuttal in what I suspect is a bit of NVAR kind of standard publicity material or something like that. What is that machine?
That is the compost turner.
Right. Okay.
So you can also see the steam on that coming off, and you'll also see on the side of it there's a connection, and we connect our pipework to that, so as we can inject water into the bow as we go along.
Okay.
Just to make that clear what that is. So after the composting waste has finished its time on the composting pad, it's then what we call screened. The screening of the material is essentially a large sieve, huge rotating sieve. We have a number of them on site. Some of them are run as mobile machines. We're using diesel to power them. Some are powered indirectly using diesel generators. The final product that comes off, we have two products.
Sorry, what's it screening? What's it screening?
We screen the composting material, so the material that's now in the windrows.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
we remove the small fraction, so the sub 10 millimeter fraction.
Yeah.
Is what goes on to become compost.
Yeah, I see. Yeah.
Yeah. The larger than 10 millimeter fraction is what we call oversize, and that goes through a mixture of treatment and cleanup. And some of it is fed back to the start of the process in order to enable the incoming waste to be better aerated and to encourage better breakdown. That is about it. Safe to say the water for the windrows comes from the lagoons. That's about it to say about the windrow system.
Okay. Can I ask you one? I'm still looking at this picture actually. Can I ask you one question? The picture on the front of your proof of this machine and the steam you've described. What are all these colourful bits in the material?
Oh, the colourful bits in the material are plastics, unfortunately. There is a lot of work that goes into removing plastics, and we do have an entire section of the site dedicated to the removal of plastic. But unfortunately, people still put it in the bin and it ends up with us.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Right. Okay. So that's the composting through to the windrow. Can I ask you one question that arose from what Mr. Whitehouse said today? He said in relation to the benefits, you'll recall that one of the things he said was, well, the site already produces fertilizer and the proposals are just displacing that existing fertilizer with the pellet fertilizer.
Indeed.
Do you comment on that, please?
Yes. Compost, despite being a product and having a lot of value to agriculture, has nowhere near the value of fertilizer. To explain that, it has a nutrient value, but it is not designed to replace a fertilizer. When you purchase a fertilizer on farm, you are purchasing it for the purpose of applying nutrients. When you purchase a compost, you're purchasing it for the purpose of increasing drainage and applying organic matter. They're two very different things. I do wish compost had the same value as fertilizer, but it doesn't.
Okay. Thank you. Right. So what have we got left? that's the IBC and windrow composting.
Yeah.
What's next?
I'll go on to talk about the biomass area, which
Yeah.
you can see
Yeah.
on the plan as marked as number 21.
Yeah, see
And
that. Yeah.
Also A and B there. So
Yeah.
our biomass process, we bring in
Yeah.
a byproduct material from arboricultural activities. So that is tree surgeons who will bring in either arb chip, which is chipped up branches, or whole logs.
Yeah.
And we will also bring in what is known in the industry as grade A waste wood. Grade A waste wood is clean, untreated offcuts, pallets, and material which has no, not fence panels, not sheds. It hasn't been creosoted.
Right.
Um,
So like those delivery pallets.
yes,
Yeah.
indeed, yeah.
Okay.
So clean and untreated.
Yeah, got it. Yeah.
The grade A waste wood is then chipped and processed and prepared, and we use that in our two boilers to provide heat to some dryers, and we then dry the material we recover from the logs
Yeah.
and the arb chip, and we supply that dried wood fuel material under our Woodshaw certificate to people who use that material to displace fossil fuels in their operation.
Yeah.
Glass houses, for
Yeah.
example, who grow food, and that type of operation.
Yeah.
Okay. All of that's essentially what happens in the biomass.
Okay.
In addition,
Sorry, can I
Sorry.
just check one point on that? And does that waste stream, sorry, tiny point of detail, does that waste stream go through the reception or a separate?
no, that waste stream doesn't go through the reception.
Right. Okay. So I noticed you didn't mention that when you said reception. Yeah.
No, I didn't.
No.
know.
Okay. Yeah.
So that is very briefly the summary of the biomass.
Yeah.
Moving on to number 20,
Yeah.
which I must admit looks a little bit odd for a transfer station.
Composting and waste transfer. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's because it is the building that used to be used for making mushroom compost. It's what is known as the Irish tunnels. We use that as a waste transfer station. It's quite a simple process. We collect waste in small loads from the local area, or we have people bring that into us. So skips and small rounds will bring material into there. We will then separate it as much as possible, make it into larger loads. So we put all the wood together and put all the plasterboard together. And then we will send it off to final destinations from there in larger loads.
Yeah.
And that is the ins and outs of the transfer station.
Yep.
There's nothing else you'd like to know about that one?
That sounds like enough to me. I'm keen. We want to get onto the proposals, but right. I think the lagoons. You haven't told us about lagoons.
Okay, so the lagoons, as you can see, they're right in the center of the site. They're not numbered, but there's 4 of them. And also you'll notice at number 12 there is what we call the effluent treatment plant. All of our site is sealed, completely sealed. So we are not allowed to discharge unclean water. All of the drainage to the site, apart from clean roof water, is directed to the central lagoon, where it's aerated. It is then transferred underground to the other 2 lagoons before it reaches the effluent treatment plant. The effluent treatment plant cleans that water to a standard. It's not a drinkable standard, but it is a standard, which means that we can use that back on the site onto the windrows, as we discussed on the front cover. And that saves us from using potable water. We do still need potable water. We evaporate so much water, we still need to bring potable water in. However, we do save as much natural rain as we possibly can to avoid doing that. So yes, that's the lagoons and that's how they work.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I mean, can I ask, because you do mention this about possible water and trying to reduce your usage. It may be very obvious, but why? So why do you want to reduce your usage of potable water? Why is that something to aim for?
A number of reasons, really. So it is within our environmental permit that we should be looking at a water use reduction plan. It's part of our sustainability as a business. We don't want to be withdrawing water as much as possible from the national grid. It's too clean for what we need. We would rather use the rain because we don't need to take potable water from the grid. We don't need drinking water. And finally, because it costs us money, we use 12,000 tons of water from the grid last year, which that equates to money. So it's threefold, really.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Now, right. Is there anything else to say about the current? Anything else you want to say about the current operations? How they work on the site?
I think we've covered off the main points there.
Okay. Okay, good. I've got one question arising out of something that a number of interested parties raised, which is about the raptors of the Raptor Foundation. Anything you have to say about your operations and those raptors, so far as you're aware of the raptors?
No, we tend can't say I've ever seen any raptors over the site. I have unfortunately seen some seagulls and some crows, and we have a pest management plan. We have bird scaring devices that we go out with, loud hailers, which make bird warning calls to scare the birds away. And we have what we call bird bangers, but they're basically small propane devices that create a loud explosion sound to ward away birds from the site. And we monitor them regularly. I've never seen a bird of prey flying over the site. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, good. Now I've got one before you I want to ask you about the next big area, which is, well, okay, why does ENVAR want to do the proposals? You talk about current energy use and you explain it in your section 10 of your proof. And it's all, I hope, pretty clear. And you come back to it in your rebuttal. But I've got one question about what you say in your rebuttal at 5.2. Can you just look at that, please? You say, this is page 7 of your rebuttal. You're talking about ENVAR's plan for a sustainable future for the wider environment, but also for the ENVAR business, and you say ENVAR must invest in the sustainable future. And you say this is what I want to ask you about. You say, to this end, ENVAR have committed as part of the application to the electrification and gasification where practical and available. Now, what do you mean by that sentence?
So we are, and we have been, actively looking at how we can replace our diesel-powered machinery, which is the predominant energy use on site, with alternatives. And those would include using electricity instead, or using gas where available. And currently, our electrical connection on the site isn't large enough. We could the shredder I mentioned that you'd find in the reception at number 14 here on the plan.
Yeah,
that has to be diesel powered, because to provide enough electricity to replace that with a an electrically powered substitute, of which they make them, they're available. We don't have the current capacity on site to provide for that.
Yeah. Okay.
We simply can't do it. So there are gas tractors, for example. We have 2 tractors on site. We can in the future look to replace them with gas, but we don't currently have any infrastructure for that. So it's where possible, that is what we would like to do.
Yeah. Okay. Understood. And I mean, we're going to come on, well, let's come on then to the next topic. So why does NVAR want to make the change it wants to make? And perhaps when you're explaining that, you could sweep up that aspect about, you know, electricity and gas as you go. And I think you've got a section, you've got a why section in your proof, haven't you? Section 11. Is that right?
That is correct.
Yeah. The appeal proposals and the reasons for changing the operation. Could I ask you, please, could you read your 11.1, that paragraph in your proof?
Yep, I shall do. So 11.1, the reasons for seeking to change the operation through the appeals process are to improve the site's commercial longevity and environmental sustainability. Drawing on the site's commercial history of technological innovation, NVAR is seeking to provide a better solution for the waste needs of the surrounding areas than is currently offered, and develop a gas-to-grid capability and local waste solutions. We're looking to co-locate plants to enable current and potential process outputs, which would otherwise be waste, to be used again in the production of valuable products. We're looking to ensure the future sustainability of the site. This includes both based on carbon performance and financially. And also to protect and try and enhance our role in the community as a rather large and responsible employer and contributor to the local economy.
Yeah, it's all right. You just needed to read the words, Mr. Cooper. That was fine. Well done. Now, and you've explained that in your proof. There is a question though that comes from Mr. Whitehouse's evidence yesterday and I think and today, and it concerns the first of those bullets, the one that is provide a better solution to the waste needs of the surrounding areas than is currently offered. You see that? Mm-hmm. Now, you heard, I hope, my discussion with Mr. Whitehouse yesterday, and a bit more today, and heard his evidence that, in his view, there's no existing need based on a lack of capacity in terms of healthcare waste.
Yes, I have heard those conversations.
Did you hear that? Could I have your comment on that, please?
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm not sure that was the evidence, actually. I think he said, so far as Addenbrooke's and Papworth, that there was no, I think so far as existing need, he said, so far as Addenbrooke's and Papworth, there is capacity. So far as non-Addenbrooke's and Papworth, he said, as per his proof, that he'd made the assumption that was because there wasn't local capacity. And he said he explained that he made that assumption in the appellant's favour. No,
I'm sorry, Mr. Grant. That is entirely incorrect. And I had a very long discussion with Mr. Whitehouse about this. Mr. Whitehouse was very clear. Well, sir, you've got your note on this, I'm sure. He was very clear that, and I pushed him on this, and he wouldn't have it, that there is currently no capacity need, but then there may be a future one, which is why he'd given it some beneficial weight. But currently, he would not budge on there being no capacity need, and we went all through this yesterday. Now, if Mr. Grant, sorry, I just need to make clear to you, Mr. Grant, if the council is going to say, actually, we accept there is an existing capacity need for 12,000 tonnes of healthcare waste at this facility, then I'll gladly take that, but it will be a change from Mr. Whitehouse's evidence.
The last question was asked in today's led to this answer. I don't accept it's wrong that there is a need for this site for healthcare waste now. That was the last answer he gave at the end of this, and he's clarifying his position. So that
Yeah.
is, that's the note that I took with the very last bit of it. And then
all his evidence, including when I revisited this morning and double checked it with him, Mr. Grant, is consistent. Was absolutely adamant there is not an existing, in his view, not an existing capacity need now.
You've got a note, we've got a note, we'll do a submission.
Yeah, well, I'm going to ask the witness the question on the basis that I've understood. Can I just remind everyone, because I took the care, of course, to write my question down, and I'm going to get up the recap question I asked Mr. Whitehouse this morning, and it was this: we've been discussing Policy 3 of the waste plan and the principles of net waste self-sufficiency, proximity principle and waste hierarchy, and I just finished with you confirming your position that you do not consider there is an existing waste capacity need in the area for 12,000 tonnes per annum of healthcare waste to be processed here. Do you have that question? And the answer was correct. That was the very first question this morning, sir.
You don't want to go around in circles, obviously, but
No.
but very shortly before the last question yesterday, I noted this answer. I do give weight to need. I'm not disregarding it, but I'm qualifying it in respect of A, existing Addenbrook's capacity, and B, existing contractual arrangements. So that was the other answer that I.
Yeah. Well, look, we're clearly, maybe we're going to have to put in massive notes about the evidence Mr. Whitehouse gave, because I'm very surprised, Mr. Grant, honestly. Okay. But there we go. Now, Mr. Cooper, could you please address the question of whether there is an existing need based on lack of capacity?
So if there is a capacity gap, which there is, that capacity gap exists. It isn't so fixed on contracts as people think or imagine, which I should imagine is normal across all industries. However, in our industry, in the waste industry, if there is a better option available because of transport, for example, and proximity and location of materials, or solutions, there might be a better solution nearby, such as healthcare waste facility. The contractee, the person who holds that contract, may use a third party, and we call this within our industry, we call it brokerage. I'm not sure what they call it in others. With these big contracts, they're usually integrated contracts. So someone a bit like Veolia, that's just as an example, I'm not sure who it is, it could be them, would provide a range of services to a provider. They could provide cleaning as well as waste management, let's say. That doesn't mean that that company will then take that waste to their site. That then goes within the network of providers. So yes, where that gap exists, there will always be material to fill it as long as the gap exists.
Okay.
So can I help actually with as to how we might resolve this so that, but well, none for any flaws, but so that both sides have the same note upon which we're going to be making submissions in due course. But because proceedings are being live streamed, I suspect that they are available to be watched back. And what I would suggest, given that Leonard Away laughs again.
Well, no, I'm just wondering how far we go, but okay. Yeah.
What I would suggest would be a good way of resolving it outside the inquiry is that somebody from each side can watch that together that relevant part of the cross-examination yesterday, my learned friend said that it continued this morning. And we can then have some agreement actually as to how it was put by Mr. Whitehouse.
Yeah.
So that we can agree then outside the inquiry, so that what you don't have, subject of course to your own note, which you'll have, but then what you don't have to resolve then is two sets of closing submissions, which record entirely differently the way in which it was put by Mr. Whitehouse. So I'm saying that as a way, my own friend seems resistant to it, but as a way of reaching agreement actually on this point as to what was or wasn't said, subject of course you'll have a note anyway, but.
Sorry, Mr. Grant, I'm not, sir, I'm not dismissing it. It's just, I'm still really surprised because I took such a long time over it and it was through many questions. It wasn't just the one at the end of yesterday, my learning friend referred to, it was many questions. And indeed coming back to it this morning, which is why I just am genuinely very surprised about this. I'm not dismissing it. It would require someone on each side to rewatch the whole of the cross-examination, I think, because there are various other references to it. I mean, unless we can get to a point where it's agreed based on going so far and it's just done and dusted. But I then came back to it a few times as well. That's what that's okay. So
principally, but we can talk about it outside the inquiry. I think principally, actually, I think it was the last part of cross-examination yesterday, which was only about 40 minutes in total, but it didn't start off on that. And then I think there was a little bit first thing this morning. So I don't think, but I'm prepared to be corrected on this, that we went backwards and forwards through it.
It was. We'd have to pick one, and we'd have to pick it up at the right point yesterday. You probably have to start from the beginning yesterday. I suspect. I don't think we could find it just working on our notes, and I think 40 minutes, and then carry on this morning and see where we go. Maybe. Okay. I mean, it's a way forward. I agree. We should certainly get there if we possibly can. Right. Sorry, Mr. Cooper. You were talking about people using other sites that aren't their own sites through the network, basically. And if the capacity cap exists, then the waste goes to a site. So where would you, if there's a current capacity gap, where would you expect the healthcare waste to go?
To the nearest available best solution.
Right. And why would it go to the nearest available best solution?
Because, and sorry if this seems very simple, but there's no point in dragging it around the country, burning diesel for absolutely no reason. Okay. When the end point is the same.
Okay. Right. Right. The second bullet, I think, of your paragraph 11.1, and the rest of the first bullet and the second bullet, I presume you're going to explain as you walk us through the third topic, which is the proposals. Is that right, Mr. Cooper?
Yep, that's
correct. And I don't propose to ask you to, as it were, walk through the third and fourth bullets, because you've said quite a lot about those in your proof, and this is very much meant to be an exercise in using the plans to explain. So, third topic, could you please take up the proposed plan, which is 1.1.8 in the core documents, and I do think it'd be helpful to take up your flow chart, which is your appendix 6 to your proof, and you might want to, if you've got them in a hard copy, put them out separately on your table. And could I, if I'm not overloading you, and I may be, but would it be sensible to also have opened your rebuttal table 1 with all the interactions in it? or is that too much at one go?
No, we can do that.
Okay,
It's fine.
okay. Now, you itemize the elements of the proposals in your proof, don't you? Section the following section 12. You set out the 6 main built elements at 12.1, and then you go through them. So, is that a sensible way for you to explain them on the plan?
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. Do you want to be the notional vehicle coming into the site again, or
The notional vehicle,
Yeah.
let's do that. So the notional vehicle coming into the site would do exactly the same thing and turn into the site, attending the weighbridge as we discussed before. So go back over that.
Yeah.
Food and green waste again would be tipped in exactly the same place.
Yeah.
As with the green waste, and we've discussed that before.
Yeah.
The differences start then at the point of shredding
Okay.
the waste
In the reception building.
in the reception building.
Yeah.
The same one we looked at previously.
Yeah.
The waste would be shred through a shredder to a finer specification. To in our industry, so for those who don't know, I'll explain. We call that liberation. The idea is that we are liberating the maximum available material or ideable material from that waste. You do that by breaking it up physically.
Yeah.
The waste would then be screened into 2 fractions. And we've talked about this in the rebuttal in some detail. The smaller, so again, screening is tantamount to sieving. The smaller fraction is your more putrescible material, your grass, your leaves, your food waste, waste that is generally greener in color and generally higher energy. That waste material is what becomes the feed for the anaerobic digester. The oversized material, so the larger fraction, is generally more robust. That can't go through the anaerobic digester due to its physical nature and chemical makeup. So it's generally made of wood and branches and harder materials that can't be, one, eaten by the bacteriology, so that the bacteria cannot break it down as easily.
Yeah.
And 2, would take significant amounts of energy and extra machinery to get that material into a position where it could go to the AD. Then when it went to the AD, it wouldn't provide much benefit anyway because of its chemical makeup. So that larger, woodier fraction, which we refer to in our industry again as brash, that would then go to the in-vessel composting part. Because it's been in contact with food waste, it is still classed as category 3 under the animal byproducts regulations, so still needs to go through the sanitization process. That's why it has to go to the IBC. So that's the reason for the maintenance of the 2 systems, because they're both designed for different materials. It just so happens they come in as one. We've done the IBC. I won't go on to that.
Although, let me just double check that I mean, you explained this, but the sanitization in the IBC is things get sanitized because what happens to them to sanitize them?
So you have a time temperature requirement.
Right. Okay. So it's about the temperature they get to.
It is about the temperature they get to for the amount of time.
Yeah. Okay.
So
like a form of pasteurization.
Yeah, exactly the same. Pasteurization is, I think, 90 degrees for a second, and we are 65 degrees for 24 hours.
Okay. Yeah, got you. Right. Sorry, I interrupted your flow, but I just wanted to check that.
No, that's fine. Yeah. So that process, and I shall move on into the AD part of the process now.
Yeah.
Because we've spoken about IBC. The waste material that is suitable for AD would then go to the front end of the digester, which is where it's prepared for injection into the digester. Very briefly, just in case people aren't aware, the digester is a long half, not sphere, half container anyway, half semicircular container of made out of stainless steel. And in there we take the putrescible material, which is, because it's small and because it's not fibrous and doesn't contain the lignin, we can hydraulically pump that into the digester vessel.
Yeah. What number's that?
That on there is 36 is where it's prepared, and 38 and 39 is the actual digester vessels themselves.
Yeah. Look, I mean, I've slightly lazily been referring to the adheable material as wet.
Yes.
Is that wrong?
So the word is dry AD, but
No, sorry. The material that goes into the AD.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
so but the material is actually above 55% moisture.
Right. Okay.
The difference is between this and wet AD is wet AD is generally in the 70s, 80% moisture.
Right. Yeah.
So it is drier. That material, so those containers are fully hermetically sealed. So no air goes in, no air goes out.
Yeah.
The gas is produced in there over a 14-day plug flow residence time. The gas is then recovered and sent for storage and cleanup, where the CO2 is removed from the gas, and then it's put into temporary storage and is directed to any one of the uses it could be used for around site or injected into the national grid.
Yeah.
The material that comes out, the waste material that comes out, is known as digestate.
Sorry, just stop there. And what happens to the so that's what happens to the gas. What happens to the CO2?
CO2, if you look at the flow chart, try and find it, the CO2 is cleaned and directed to the pellet fertilizer plant, where it's used as an ingredient into the pellet, which I'll talk about shortly.
Yeah, let me just try. Sorry. So I'm just finding where things go.
If you look at if you look at biogas cleanup, which is next to the dry AD in the center.
Yes. Yeah.
And you follow the bottom right hand limb.
Yeah.
You'll see carbon
Oh,
dioxide.
I see it. Yeah, into the fertilizer part. Yep, got you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that is where that carbon dioxide is recovered from and goes to. The resultant digestate is then taken to belt dryers, and those belt dryers exist in building 36, the other part of it. Those belt dryers are designed to prepare the material for production into pellets and to also aid in removal of any odorous compounds as they can be directed towards treatment. The heat for that process and the AD process itself is both of the requirement for that heat is provided by the HERF. The heat for the AD process is required because, unlike the IBC, AD processes don't generate their own heat. So in the IVC, because the process is aerobic, it consumes oxygen within the air for normal aerobic respiration, that generates heat. In an anaerobic situation where there is no oxygen, heat is not produced, and therefore we have to provide it.
Right, okay.
Just moving forward from there to the, I think the next logical step is the pellet fertilizer plant.
Okay, and where's that? So where's that one? So we've gone from 36 to
37.
to 37, yeah.
And we are moving across to 47, which is the central building.
And what about the digesters 38 and 39?
Yes, they are.
What happens in those? Is that separate? We don't go there yet.
No, we've been through the digesters
Oh, right,
where the
okay.
That's where the gas, where I referred to the gas being made.
Got you, sorry, right, okay, right, so we go from 37 to
To 47
47, yeah, I see, yeah, with the solar panels on the roof.
with the solar
Yeah.
panels on the roof indeed.
Yeah.
So at this point, we've followed the digested material that came from the reception originally. It now is headed towards the pellet fertilizer
Yeah,
production facility. This facility actually links up a number of the interactions which you will see in the flow chart. We're taking digested and then dried and prepared material from the AD plant.
Yeah.
We are taking some of the composted material from the windrows.
Yeah.
We are taking nutrients from the wastewater treatment plant. These plants need ammonia. And we have an abundance of it in our wastewater, so it's silly not to use it. We're taking carbon dioxide. Trying to find it on here. Carbon dioxide from our biogas cleanup, and we will also look to take some gypsum waste, plasterboard, from our waste transfer station.
yeah. Can I just check? So, what did you get from the wastewater treatment, did you say, for the pellet fertilizer?
Nitrogen.
Nitrogen. So I mean, sorry to pull you up on it as well, but does that mean that there's an extra item to go in your table 1 against the PFPF row? I can't see it. I can't see it there.
It is labelled in here as recovered ammonia. So if you go down to storage lagoon 2-3.
Oh. In table 1 of your rebuttal.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Looking at the flow chart.
Wait, I mean, sorry, it may be nothing. I just wanted to make sure.
I know you have, yeah, it's listed in there as ammonia from windrows because that's where the water event
I see,
originally
I see.
comes
No, got
from.
you. Thank you. Yeah, understood. Thank you.
So that's where that is.
Yeah.
So we've taken CO2, we've
Yeah.
taken the gypsum. Those ingredients are themselves all wastes from all different parts of the site. Those ingredients are then combined. They are dried using heat. They're further dried using heat. They're then ground. They are then mixed and in a very special way, using heat again from the hearth to drive the reactions to produce the product that we want, which is an encapsulated pellet, which is both a fertilizer, a traditional fertilizer like a farmer might buy. It does this. It's not the same, but it does the same job. It has those benefits. It also has the benefits of a compost because it contains organic matter, which is another key soil conditioning ingredient which is needed in UK agriculture. Did we want to move on to talking about the products a little later, perhaps, if I finish going through the site?
Well, I mean, you've given us I think quite a lot of detail in your rebuttal proof about exactly what the pellet fertilizers are and why they're better in various ways than what the traditional fossil fuel derived ones they'll replace. Okay. And that's not disputed by Mr. Wiles. Was very clear. It didn't dispute that any of that as I understood it. So I don't think you necessarily need to go into that, but I'm looking to you, sir, because I know this is all very technical, which is why I'm having Mr. Cooper explain it. So I am, if it would help for Mr. Cooper to just put it in some words, shall he do so?
Okay.
Yes, if you could.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Just as a bit of further information, really, about these pellets. Our company, having experience in farming as well, is that as a country we import 1 billion pounds last year worth of artificial fertilizer. It's about 3 million tons, just over. That artificial fertilizer, as I'm sure Mr. Often will explain, is made from natural gas, and in addition to having that fossil fuel linked to food prices, there's your link, there's your direct link. This fertilizer that we're producing seeks to actively replace that, and that's one of the key things about this project is that we're producing a direct replacement for a fossil fuel material. So that's just a background about the pellet.
Do you know where it is imported from?
Yes, last year we imported majoritively from the EU, with also quite a lot imported from Egypt. We also import to a lesser extent from China and from the US. That's according to HMRC's figures.
Right. Okay.
So that was just a brief bit about the pellets.
Yeah.
The other things to mention are the facility providing the heat in this case, which is labelled on the plan as number 46. So that's the HERF.
Yeah. Yeah.
The system here is actually quite simple, and would be built to all of the modern standards and the modern requirements, as Dr. Owen will explain in due course, in much greater detail than I can. That there's not a lot more to say about that really, apart from that is the driving force that provides the heat to the rest of the facility. Yeah. We can see there number 28 and number 49.
Yeah.
Number 49 is the biomass building. We currently do we have a small shed for biomass that has our dryers in and our boilers in.
Yeah.
The rest of the storage of the wood chip, the storage of the fuel, and the operations of preparing that material is all done externally. It's all done outside. That makes it subject to the weather, which, as we've seen today, isn't always that amazing, which provides us with an issue insofar as we need to use more energy to get that material, that wood material, down to the required level of moisture for our wood shore certificate, to be able to sell it as a product. By putting it inside, we simply stop that from happening. It is that simple. There are other advantages, such as we can much better control the environmental impacts, such as dust and things blowing around, anything like that.
Yeah.
It also enables us to put a load more solar on the roof, which is always a bonus.
Yeah.
Number 28, that is the waste transfer station that we touched on, that we operate already. By building a custom built building for this, what that allows us to do is take advantage of better segregation of the materials, so we can do more. We can, again, control the environmental impacts much better. We can also install machinery, potentially electric, as I spoke about earlier, to increase the efficiency of the way in which we treat the material. For example, if we were to be able to bale our plastics that come from the open window, we saw all those plastics in the front page of my documents. We currently send them out loose. We put them into lorries and they go out loose. If we can pop them into a baler and turn them into blocks, we will get 3-4 times the amount on a lorry than we would otherwise. Reduces the amount of lorries on the road, reduces the amount of diesel we use, reduces our costs. It's quite positive.
Yeah. Okay.
I suppose the only other thing to talk about is the extension of lagoons, and I've touched on it already. our net users of water. Last year we used just under 12,000 tons of water from of potable water from the national water grid.
Yeah, you've told us.
Yeah.
You've told us. I think 12,000 was the figure. Yeah.
So if we can obviously increase our lagoon size, we increase our storage capacity, has the added benefit of reducing discharges from the site as well. So we help a little bit with the flooding potential of the area, which I'm sure we've all seen. So it's a twofold environmental increase in performance, really, and that's the crux of the reason for those.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Now, I think is there one other element? I think, although it's very small, but in terms of the processes, or you might have mentioned it, but 2020, is it, what's the one? 29, the CNG filling station. Did you mention that?
I didn't mention that. No, thank you for reminding me. The CNG filling station there is for, so we're looking to gasify, as we spoke about.
Yeah.
That is the infrastructure that allows us to do that. So that would allow us to invest in gas tractors, gas HGVs, and potentially, although they are only in prototype stage, gas-powered loading shovels.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Got it. Thank you. Right. You mentioned reducing environmental impacts. You mentioned dust, things blowing around. Can I ask you on that topic that the honourable member, Mr. Vara MP, on day one, said in what he told the inspector that there would be more light and noise pollution. Were you here for that?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yes. Could I have your comment on that suggestion, please?
Well, there's a number of reasons why that is. Actually, the noise and the light situation is massively improved, because we are moving external processes internal. That is, it's common sense that would reduce noise emissions. We are turning diesel machinery into gas-powered or electrical machinery. Again, it's common sense that would reduce noise emissions. By putting things internally, they don't have to be externally lit. And also, when you design a building now, as compared to a number of years ago, you design it with the correct lighting scheme, and that would all be appropriately designed and approved. So the idea that we would be increasing the emissions or disturbances that people might experience, it doesn't make for common sense.
Okay.
There's another point on that as well.
Oh, right.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Insofar as if we're removing a certain proportion of the material from the windrow system and putting it into the AD system, it's actually likely we'd have to turn less because there wouldn't be as much material to turn.
Yeah.
Simply reducing the noise emissions from the turner, the steam emissions from the turner, which I'm sure you'll see in the videos, and again reducing fossil fuel use even more.
Yeah. Yeah. Understood. Got that. Thank you. Now, and actually, anything else to say about, as it were, other environmental impacts, positive or negative, by reason of the proposals? Oh, you said a lot in your written evidence. So
I have said
Yeah.
quite a lot. There are some
Yeah.
things that come to mind, such as reduced maintenance, reduced use of oils, but we're
Yeah.
getting very much into the nitty-gritty, but
Yeah.
it is a thing.
Yeah, sure, okay. The energy outside the heating of the dryer D and the digester and the pellet fertilizer and how that works, which you've explained and Mr. Othen has explained in, I think, even more detail. I just want to ask you about, though, you've essentially referred to various things like possible electrification of plant or possible gasification of tractors and things like that. I mean, I think let's be as realistic as possible. What's it going to take to achieve those, and how do the proposals fit in?
To achieve those, we
Yeah.
need infrastructure.
Right.
We need an investment.
Yeah.
Because a larger amount of electricity available on site requires us to invest in the facilities that are going to provide that.
Okay.
Solar and everything we've discussed here.
Yeah.
And equally, if we are going to run things on gas, we need gas.
Yeah.
And access to the gas.
Yeah.
Which is where this facility comes in. And when we are able to invest make it viable in a facility like this, it all comes together rather neatly that you would do all of those things at the same time.
Okay. All right. Now, have you, in the course of that explanation, said what you feel you want to say about interactions between the different parts of the processes? And you do have this very detailed table and this very detailed flow chart. And you've certainly talked about quite a lot of it, but
without trying to pick out individual instances within this table, because I think that get tedious. It's all very much there to see.
Good. Okay.
The whole site, just to sum up, really, the whole site has been designed with the principle of reuse of wastes of any kind in the forefront of the design.
Yeah. You've been a waste professional in the industry for 13, 14 years now, from your graduate onwards, as far as I can tell. Are there any opportunities, any extra opportunities you can see that could be taken, or is this taking those opportunities?
Potentially in the future, there will be further opportunities. We haven't designed for them yet. However, we have left this in a way where we can, if required, add that extra plant and equipment to improve this even further.
Right.
And take advantage of the various, we're referring to them as wastes, but actually in our industry, you see them as products. You would see the ammonia from the water as a product is something we can use. We have left space for them.
Okay.
We've left space, for example, in the pellet fertilizer building to add another line, so as we can increase production. As soon as it's working, we can then invest further.
Okay. So if in the future some extra waste product became available, you would you would hope you would be able to, obviously you'd have to get a planning permission. If you got planning permission, you have to get permission, but you would hope you'd be able to take it on and deal with it.
We have designed it to be scalable within the footprint of these buildings here.
Yeah,
that is.
okay, thank you. Right, now, Sarah, I'm going to very cheekily perhaps, but just turn to you again and ask, because I've certainly wound up in terms of my questions getting Mr. Cooper to explain the technical side. But if there's anything technical you'd like to ask him before we perhaps close with the chief, or you'd like me to ask him or to cover.
There's nothing else I wish to ask. I mean, that's given a very good overview.
Great. Thank you very much for that, sir. Mr. Cooper, unless you have anything else to say, I'll ask you to wait there, and Mr. Grant may have some questions for you.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Good afternoon. Very few questions from me, because of course the processes you've described helpfully for the inquiry. But can I ask you to take up, please, the appellant's opening statement, which is inquiry document 3.
Apologies, you might need to help me with where inquiry document 3 is. Is it? Okay.
I wonder if there's a copy that can be passed over, either hard copy or electronically, if there's one available.
Sorry, I think
Mine's got scribblings all over it, I'm afraid.
that's fine. I think Sophie's finding it for me. I can't log on
Thank
to
you.
the council's website.
I thought they'd been uploaded onto the core documents, but maybe not yet. Miss Butler's doing it. I'm very grateful.
Number 3. Is it CD 9.1.1, appellant's opening statement?
Is that the appellant's opening statement?
Yeah, we've got
The
Thank you very much.
description, yes.
Good. I wonder, as the waste professional, as you said, of 13 to 14 years, I'm just wondering if there's one matter you can just shed some light on and demystify for us. Can you turn forward in the opening to page 7, paragraph 33? And if you let me know, Mr. Cooper, when you're there.
I am there.
So you'll see, if you count down to the 3rd line, these needs cannot be met consistent with climate change, waste hierarchy, and waste self-sufficiency goals, other than by treating the healthcare waste by energy recovery within the waste plan area. Do you see that?
Indeed.
And then the next sentence says, to do so, one needs a chimney of a certain height. Yeah. Now, can you then go forward, please, over the page, paragraph 45, page 9. And can you see it says the hearth needs a chimney of a certain height, hence the 26-metre high, merely 1.07 metre wide chimney. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And I just want to know, if you can't help with this, then just say so. But in order to arrive at the proposed height of the chimney, presumably there's a modelling process to provide the proposed height. Is that right?
I'm not sure of the exact process that one would undertake. I don't design chimneys,
No.
but I'm sure Dr. Owen will be able to help you with that question in due course.
All right. You don't know whether there was a modelling process that took place to give the height?
I'm not a technical expert on chimneys, and it would be incorrect of me to pretend that I was.
Right. Okay. Well, I'll ask Dr. Owen about it, but just to know I've got your answer, you don't know whether or not there was a modelling process which took place to produce the height of 26 metres?
I know that experts looked at what they needed to do and they did that job.
Okay, let me ask you this then. When the experts were going through that process, and again, we can ask Dr. Owen about it in due course, when they're going through that process, do you know whether or not Envar as the client were asked for the purposes of that modelling about the volume of healthcare waste that would that would be put through the chimney?
I'm not sure I understand your question. You're talking about putting healthcare waste for a chimney?
Yeah, when the modelling process was being done by the experts that were instructed by Envar, and we'll hear from Dr. Owen in due course. Do you know whether?
I'm sorry. Look. I mean, I'm sorry, sir, but I think we need to proceed in the proper way. The witness, Mr. Grant, is now telling the witness that he's said there was a modelling process, and I don't think that's a fair reflection of what this witness has said. The witness has said, I'm not a technical expert. I know the experts looked at what they needed to do and did that job. So, let's be fair with what the witness has said, please.
When the experts were carrying out that work, instructed by Envar and acting for Envar, do you know whether or not Envar were asked for those purposes to provide information about the volume of healthcare waste material that was proposed to be put through the incinerator?
I'm still not sure that I understand your question, because you're asking me how much waste we wanted to put into the facility or how much waste I wanted to.
It's a simple question, actually. Do you know whether or not Envar were asked by the experts that you were instructing how much volume of healthcare waste they were proposing to put through the incinerator? If you don't know, then say you don't know, and if you were asked to provide that, then say so.
To arrive at the tonnage, my understanding is that the experts worked out the heat requirement against the available volume, and the appropriate calculations were done. However, I am not one of those people who provided that information or did those calculations.
No. So heat requirement, volume, then calculations. That's your understanding.
That is, yeah.
Good. Thank you. Next, please. So far as the issue of the plumes are concerned, or the steam, I think you first raised that, didn't you, in your main proof of evidence, and perhaps we can just take that up so that you can see the reference. Do you see paragraph 5.5 on page 17?
I am at 5.5.
Yeah, and can you see the third line? You make the observation there, Mr. Cooper, windrows give off significant steam, a normal part of processing, often mistaken for smoke and or fire. Do you see that?
Indeed it is.
And then you then, in due course, came to provide your rebuttal evidence. Yeah. And in your rebuttal evidence, you then included a section, section 8, starting on page 9, under the heading visual aspects. Do you see that?
Indeed.
Yeah. And the section that you wrote on visual aspects was principally or wholly concerned with the issue of the steam, wasn't it?
It is, yes.
And much as I admire the enthusiasm, I don't think you're seeking to put yourself forward as a landscape and visual impact expert. You're not going into those shoes, are you?
No, I'm not a landscape and visual expert.
And when you paragraph 8.7, you make the observation, this suggests to me that the landscape or visual amenity is not in fact as sensitive as Mr. Reynolds suggests. That was straying into issues of sensitivity for the purposes of landscape and visual impact assessment, wasn't it?
Not particularly, no.
No?
No, because we hold an environmental permit. And when people see a nuisance, whatever that nuisance might be, they are allowed to report it to us.
I'm not talking about nuisance.
No, but
You made an observation.
hang on 1 second. The point remains that if we cause an odor, if we cause dust, if we cause a visual thing that people don't understand what that is, which they might mistake for a fire, as I've said earlier on in that number 8 section, then they quite often would call that to us or the Environment Agency. I am simply stating the observation that it hasn't been raised with us.
Yeah, 8.7, you say this sentence. This suggests to me that the landscape stroke visual amenity, I'm talking about odor, the landscape and visual amenity is not in fact as sensitive as Mr. Reynolds suggests. Do you see that? You see that sentence? 8.7 starts on line 3.
Indeed.
Yeah, that's a comment about the sensitivity of visual receptors, isn't it?
That is a comment about, I mean, it is what it is. It's written out in front of us. It says, this suggests to me that the landscape visual amenity is not as sensitive. The meaning of that is that, in my opinion, I'm not a landscape expert, but nobody has ever raised this to us as being an issue, which suggests they don't notice it, which suggests that they're not seeing it in the landscape.
Okay, let me try once more and let's have a yes or no, and then you can qualify it as much as you like. That is a comment, isn't it, about the sensitivity of visual receptors?
Let me think about that. Yes, it is, but it is not in the same way as a landscape visual professional would put it.
Yeah. And sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No. So it's not supposed to stray into those realms. It's the word may be the same, the meaning is slightly different.
And you, at the stage you wrote your rebuttal, you were plainly familiar, weren't you, with Mrs. Bean's LVIA and at that stage her own her proof of evidence, weren't you?
I wouldn't say plainly, but yes.
Yeah. And you understood, for example, about the levels of sensitivity that Mrs. Bean had attributed to various receptors, weren't you?
No,
You weren't.
No, I'm not a landscape expert.
No, but you, on sensitivity, you took aim there, didn't you, at Mr. Reynolds on sensitivity without applying the same point you were trying to make to Mrs. Bean's assessment, weren't you?
That's quite obvious from me writing that down, I would suggest.
Can you then turn in your rebuttal, please? And I think we can deal with this point uncontroversially. 3.10. And you pick up here a point on Mr. Whitehouse's proof, paragraph 3.6. Can you see the sentence there? You say he states there are other facilities benefiting from planning permission in the area. Yes?
Indeed.
Now, paragraph 3.6 of Mr. Whitehouse's proof. Do you want to take that up, please?
Right, I think I have it here. So.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you can see there, can't you, that Mr. Whitehouse is, that there's a paragraph that deals with policy 3 from the Minerals and Waste Plan.
Indeed.
And if you carry down to the 4th line, you'll see policy 3 provides for a table of waste management needs wherein it is identified that, taking into account sites that have planning permission but are not operational, there would be a capacity surplus, etc. Do you see that?
And it goes on to say about dry digestion. Yep.
Mr. If you weren't aware at the time you wrote your rebuttal, do you appreciate now that all Mr. Whitehouse was doing was setting out what policy 3 says, wasn't he?
The way I would read that is that it suggests to me, not being an expert in planning matters, it suggests that there is a capacity surplus, and it suggests there are other plants. This is obviously how I read it, that can provide for dry AD. That's what it suggests to a person who doesn't do planning.
Yeah, I completely appreciate you're not a planner, but do you understand now, so that we're not making unfair criticisms, do you understand now that what Mr. Whitehouse was doing, where he referred to sites that have planning permission but are not operational, was setting out exactly what the policy says? Do you understand that?
Let me read it again 1 second. I can see that.
And where you then go on in your rebuttal to explain about that you looked to try and identify those sites. I mean, simple question, I suppose, yes or no. Did you ever think to ask the council to identify those sites if you're looking for them?
As someone who, this is my profession, can find sites rather easy, I wouldn't need to do that. That's
right. So you took the view, you don't need to ask the council, you can do it yourself. And so far as you're concerned, there weren't any. Is that right?
Yeah, there was no sites.
All right. Well, perhaps we can deal with that outside the inquiry and agree the position on that. Last couple of questions, please. First of all, so far as overall throughput from the site, I think this is uncontroversial. So far as existing operations and proposed operations, it's not suggested, I don't think, through the appellant's proposals that the throughput would increase in terms of tons of material.
No.
And I think, lastly, in terms of the position, if planning permission were granted, that the majority of food and green waste that would continue to go through the site, the majority of that material would still be reliant on fossil fuels, wouldn't it?
No, because your food and green waste, as I set out in my evidence earlier on and in my oral evidence, would be split into 2 fractions. Over half of it would actually go into the AD process, which isn't reliant on fossil energy.
And what proportion then do you say of the food and green waste that would come onto the site would continue to be reliant on fossil fuels?
Without going back to my figures and looking at exactly what I've written down, as a ballpark, I would probably say 40% of that 40%. Food and green, 40 to 50. As I say, I haven't quantified it with my figures. Right. I have to do that to give you a perfectly accurate answer.
You nearly said 40 to 50, but somewhere in that bracket.
Yeah, I think that's quite reasonable.
Oh. Good. You stray, I think, into biodiversity in your proof, but I think we've dealt with that already elsewhere, so we don't need to go there. So those are all my questions in cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. I don't have any further questions either. I intimated that earlier. So I'm looking at the clock. It's I'm suggesting an adjournment now. Probably 15 minutes, and then we can reconvene.
Looking at the clock too,
Yeah.
and my then friend and I had a discussion about this, anticipating we might find ourselves in this situation. I hope you'll understand why I really do not want to get only halfway through an evidence in chief. And that is what will happen if we move to Mrs. Bean.
Yeah.
Now, I hope you won't be shocked and horrified if I say that I can see zero risk that we're going to run out of time at this inquiry. Zero risk, and frankly, I would be stunned if we don't finish everything, including conditions, in good time by, what is it, the Wednesday.
Okay.
And that's on the basis that we come back tomorrow and start Mrs. Bean then.
Yeah, I don't have any objections to that proposal, and yeah, it doesn't come as a bolt from the blue. Yeah.
I think we can probably make some useful use of the time by at least delegating, unless we're going to do it ourselves, at least delegating who might resolve the question of the evidence on need and what was or wasn't said.
So, on that basis, we could adjourn today and then reconvene tomorrow at 9:30 and pick up the evidence from Miss Bean.
Yeah, and so I'm just out of my, as before, excess of caution point. I'm just going to check, conscious, of course, of the opportunity you gave interested parties after
Yes.
Mr. Reynolds, just to check that there isn't an interested party who wants to, as it were, make a comment.
Yes, I will just take stock of that. There are a couple of interested parties at the back who I think want to raise something with the. I think, yeah, now might be a better time, and then we might not be available tomorrow. If you could, yeah, I mean, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. It was just a couple of queries, really, sir. With regards to the waste hierarchy discussed earlier today by Mr. Burton, after the waste is incinerated, around 20% is left over as bottom ash and 10% remains as fly ash, both containing hazardous substances. So that equates to 2,400 tonnes of bottom ash and 1,200 tonnes of more toxic fly ash produced each year. So that would need to be safely stored and transported away from Enver on a narrow B road. So that goes through St Ives. So it also adds waste miles with up to 60% of these types of ashes ending up in landfill anyway. So that reduces the weight and benefit of Enver's proximity argument. So it's not being taken into account in the hearing. So it's just something that we noticed.
I've noted that you're questioning the proximity arguments.
Yeah.
I didn't catch your name, sorry. Well,
Kim Moosey.
Kim Moosey.
Yeah. And just another thing, which I'm sure you're aware of, Inspector, Councillor Criswell mentioned the NHS clinical waste strategy on day one in his speech, and the aim is 50% reduction in carbon emissions by 2025/26 and an 80% reduction in carbon emissions by 2028. So we feel it therefore significantly reduces the need, which was brought up earlier today.
Need for that.
Yeah.
So just let me get that right. You're saying that the NHS clinical waste strategy reduces the overall need argument.
Yes.
Yeah. So I've noted your issue to do with the proximity in the NHS document.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you want to point out?
No, not at the moment. Thank you.
Does anybody else want to raise anything else before I adjourn? No, no. Okay, on that basis, we'll adjourn and we'll reconvene at 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you.